Meanwhile, I request you all to kindly ensure that your phones are switched off or on silent. If during the course of the proceedings you need to take a phone call, I request you to kindly step out of the room. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. A very warm welcome. And as we begin our inaugural session, I would be inviting some of our esteemed guests today on the dais. And I request that before they take their seat on the dais, to kindly accept a token of appreciation from my friend Sankte. So I would like to begin by calling upon Ambassador Shyam Saran, President, India International Center. Welcome, sir. Could you please, yeah. Sir, please take your seat on the dais if you may. Yeah, thank you. I would also like to warmly welcome our chief guest today, Kunihiko Kawazu-san, Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of Japan. Welcome, sir. Yeah. And also, our esteemed guest for the day, Masahiro Okubo-san, Country Chairperson, Mitsui & Corporation. I would also like to take this opportunity to introduce to you our advisory committee. Some of the members would be here participating physically, and some of them would be joining us virtually today. We have Ambassador Deepa Gopalan Wadhwa, who would be joining us shortly in person. We also have with us Professor A. Damodran from India Institute of Management, Bangalore. Welcome, Professor. We also have with us Dr. Martha Chaklin, historian and curator, and she's presently based in Maryland, United States of America. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. We would also have us joining two other advisory committee members virtually, which is Masumi Igarashi-san from Okayama University and Professor Taiman Screech from Nichibuken, Japan. So we welcome them virtually shortly. Also, we would have us, I don't think he's here yet, but we would have Koji Sato-san, Director General, Japan Foundation, New Delhi, joining us shortly. But without further ado, I would like to invite two of our hosts, Dr. Ashok Jain, President MOSAI. Welcome, sir. And also our conference convener, Professor Sushila Narasimhan, Kizuna India-Japan Study Forum. Welcome, ma'am. By virtue of being hosts, the only way we extend our appreciation and a token of appreciation is through a round of applause for the both of them. Sensei, I would actually invite you to please come and initiate the inaugural session with your introductory remarks.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and good evening to all the participants, those physically present here and also those joining us via Zoom from Japan, USA, UK, Italy, France, Portugal, and India. This conference was originally intended to be a webinar because of the uncertainties caused by the ongoing pandemic. Then by November, as the situation improved, we decided to make it a small hybrid event to enable at least those based in Delhi and those who could travel at a short notice without much hassle to meet and interact. Well, on behalf of the Kizuna India-Japan Study Forum, I welcome the distinguished guests and our esteemed national and international participants to this conference. This is, in fact, a sequel to an earlier international conference, India and Japan Unearthing Lesser-Known Historical and Cultural Interactions, held in November 2018 in New Delhi. The papers have now been compiled and published by the MOSAI under the title India-Japan Narratives, Lesser-Known Historical and Cultural Interaction as an e-book version with Creative Commons Attribution License. Dialogues pertaining to India-Japan relations at any forum, be it diplomatic or economic, invariably start with reference to India's glorious Buddhist heritage and its profound influence on Japanese culture. The Buddhist linkage is no doubt the most enduring pillar of India-Japan friendship, but the roots of two countries' relations are very deep and diversified, which need to be studied through multidisciplinary tools and resources at various levels and various stages. The canvas of India-Japan historical interactions is much richer than what it has hitherto been studied and highlighted. It is precisely with this aim that Kizuna India-Japan Study Forum, an academic research wing of the Mamusho Scholars Association of India, was launched in September last year to discover and rediscover the varied aspects of India-Japan linkages by holding monthly lectures and yearly seminars. Since its inception, the forum has already held 5 lectures, both in online and offline modes, and many are lined up till July, August. We intend publishing the selected papers in form of a book. We are now looking forward to continue on this journey together, and I hope you have a wonderful time during the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Sensei. Thank you for introducing Kizuna India-Japan Study Forum for all of us here. Before we move on, we actually have Deepa Gopalan Vadva ma'am join us. So I request Sankte to please share a token of her appreciation for her presence here today. She's also an advisory committee member. Thank you, ma'am. Also, we have Koji Sato-san with us, who's the Director General of Japan Foundation, New Delhi. Sato-san, please accept a token of appreciation from our behalf. Thank you so much. I now invite Dr. Jain to please give his welcome address.
It's a privileged day for us. So many luminaries are here. The closeness between India and Japan is said to have been initiated during the visit of Bodhisena, when on 4th of September, 752, he did the ceremony of eye-opening. But the closeness and connectivity, starting from 8th century, has continued. This connectivity has, of course, manifested in different ways. And the main thrust of our endeavor in Kizuna India-Japan Forum is to discover these connectivities over the centuries, more so when for about 10 centuries, there was no direct contact between India and Japan, no visits. And yet this closeness has persisted. So I think this is a very important issue for us to discover these connectivities. And in this path, the first event was the inauguration of Kizuna India-Japan Forum. Your Excellency, you were kind enough to be present on 26th. Kawazu-san was here on 26th of September. You are present today reassures us that probably we are on the right track. Thank you so much. Now, this particular conference has a special value attached to it because India International Center, the prestigious institute, is collaborating with us. Ambassador Shyam Saranji, I think this gives us a push and encouragement to come up to the standards of scholarly intellectual endeavors that India International Center has always vouched for. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. Now, Okubo-san, thank you for coming, but let me explain why. Mitsui Group has played a foundational role in connecting India and Japan. May I refer to an article by Yoshika-san in a book, Paths from India, Paths from Japan, a book which was brought out during the 50th anniversary of India-Japan diplomatic relations. The book has been compiled by the well-known guru, Sengaku Maeda Sensei. In this book, there is an article by an artist, textile artist from Japan, Yoshika-san. The article refers to Indian textile chintz, which went to Japan during the Edo period, became very popular. Interestingly, Okubo-san, the article refers to a picture on the recreation inside a Japanese house. Pardon my pronunciation, but it's termed as Tennai Hyurakuzu, whatever that means. It means, I think, pictures inside the recreation in the household. The picture shows a very gracious lady wearing chintz textile kimono. And the article goes on to say that the lady belongs to the famous Mitsui family. And this is Edo period. So Mitsui Group has been connected to India since the Edo period. Your presence is very important. Now, the point is that after that, of course, Mitsui Group has expanded a lot. Most of us are familiar with Mitsukoshi, the department store. But of course, Mitsui is much beyond that. Therefore, I think your presence, in a sense, starts, Okubo-san, from the very foundation of connecting us with India. And Mitsui Group was the first group to establish a company in India. Now, conference, when we started this venture, as Sushila Sensei has said, was the first conference in this very hall supported by Japan Foundation. Sato-san, I must say that conference really has triggered our journey on this discovery. Thank you so much for being with us today. Well, friends, we have a very wise and learned advisory committee. Ambassador Deepa Gopal Vadva, Professor Damodaran, Professor Martha is with us. And I hope that the other learned members are with us online. I believe it's a worthwhile journey. A comprehensive understanding of centuries of connectiveness is necessary. The problem, of course, in such ventures is financial support. Doesn't matter. I think where there is a will, there is a way. And with such enthusiastic people showing the will, I'm sure we will succeed. Be with us like you are today, always. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jain. Before we proceed, should we light the lamp? Should all of the members present at the dais? Sure. Yeah. There's a lamp there. Lighting of the lamp. Ambassador Vadva, please join us. Sato-san, can we also have you join the lighting of the lamp? Thank you. Thank you. Ambassador Shyam Saran, can I please request you to share your presidential remarks with us?
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. Dr. Ashok Jain, President of MOSAI, Professor Shushila Narasimhan, Conference Convener of Kizuna India-Japan Study Forum, Mr. Kunihiko Kawazu, Deputy Chief of Mission of the Embassy of Japan in India, Mr. Masaharu Okubo, Country Chairperson, Mitsui and Company, New Delhi, and my very good friend and colleague, Ambassador Deepa Gopalan Vadava, who's present here today. Thank you for inviting me to speak at this occasion. First of all, I would certainly like to congratulate MOSAI, who not only with this conference, but for quite some time have been really working very, very hard and contributing to really spreading knowledge about the many myriads of connections which really join India and Japan. So I would like to congratulate him and also welcome the setting up of the Kizuna India-Japan Study Forum, because I think this should be a continuing exercise. It should not be just a one-off conference now and then, but this is something that is a saga which should continue to unfold in the coming days. I was, like my colleague Deepa, I was first exposed to Japan when I was serving there in the Indian Embassy. This was many years ago, now from 1986 to 89. Those were the Yen Dhaka days, Japan, which would say no. It was also a time that, we were talking about the flying geese led by Japan, the whole Asia, in fact, emerging as the center of the global economy, which is happening, but perhaps in a somewhat different way. But there is no doubt that at that time, Japan really came onto the international radar screen as a very, very major, accomplished and very advanced country. So it was a privilege for me to serve in Japan during those days. But there was another reason why my stay in Japan at that time was particularly memorable, because we were also doing the Festival of India in Japan from 1987 to 1988. And I think this was perhaps one of the most ambitious undertakings, initiated by the government of India, not only to present Indian culture in all its diversity to Japan, but also to explore, again, as I said, the many connections that exist between India and Japan. It is not only the cultural connections from the past. We have talked about Buddhism. We have talked about, how the Sanskrit syllabary is something which underlies the katakana, phonetic alphabet. But we find, for example, and this is something we have explored here at India International Center itself, what a major role the emergence of Japan as a major power in Asia in the 19th century, what role it played in the raising of awareness and inspiring a lot of Asian countries, then, fighting imperial domination, colonialism at that time. This was a very major influence, and many Indians went to Japan to study there, but to also see what lies behind the emergence or the re-emergence of a major Asian power. So during that time when I was doing the Festival of India, I had the privilege, perhaps which usually diplomats do not have, of really traveling. We had something like 30 events in the festival. We covered 30 Japanese cities with various cultural events. And I had the very, very major opportunity, I would say, of my life to connect with Japanese artists, Japanese musicians, Japanese filmmakers, the living treasures of Japan, as they are called, people who were really the most accomplished, artists in their respective fields. And that was such a great experience for me. I must also say that Japan was also the country where, in terms of the connections between the two countries, you have first became aware of how dhyan, meditation, traveled from India to Japan as Chan, and then traveled all the way to Japan as Zen. And I was also very fortunate to have the opportunity to actually be initiated into Zen while I was in Tokyo. And it was like going back in time to how these kind of spiritual connections also exist between India and Japan. So this has been a very personal journey for me, and I therefore welcome any effort that is geared to unfolding these kind of connections between the two countries. And of course, fortunately today, even the geopolitical situation is different, because when I was in Japan in 1987-88, I don't think you could get much attention from Japan for India. And the only relationship was the Japanese ODA to India. And there was considerable frustration with India, I would say, in Japan for many of the things that we were doing. The focus was, let me say very frankly, on China. China was the most important country for Japan at that time. So India was not very much on the Japanese radar screen at that time. But I would say that whatever may have been the meagerness of the political connection at that time, the economic connection, the cultural and historical connections, these were something that was pervasive, I would say, in Japan. We have come a long way since then, and I think that my friend Deepa had much better sort of environment in which to serve in Tokyo, because for me, 30 years later, it is unimaginable what a distance India-Japan relations have traveled during the recent past. I would not have imagined at that time that time would come where Japan and India would really be such close partners. And they would be partners in the security, partners in economic, that we would be part and parcel of the Quad, and we would be talking about Indo-Pacific. These were unimaginable at this particular point. So it's a matter of great, I would say, satisfaction for me that in fact we have come this long way, and there are really many vistas to be explored between India and Japan as we go forward. I see that this conference is going to cover a really diverse set of subjects, not only looking at cultural connections, the connections that underlie our artistic sensibilities, connections which also, as I said, come to the contemporary period. So it is a very vast canvas that is going to be covered at this conference. And I have no doubt that this would be something which would really enrich our knowledge of the India-Japan connection. And lastly, I would say I'm particularly happy that we are also, as part of this conference, looking at the connections that have joined India and Japan through Southeast Asia. So you mentioned Bodhi Sena, but Bodhi Sena was actually someone who had gone from India to Cambodia. He was a royal priest in the Cambodian court. And it was, I think, one of the Kentoshi missions, was it, which was visiting this region and China, which really invited him to come to Japan. And it is said that the music he composed for the ceremony that you spoke about, the Abhishek ceremony of the great Daibutsu, that music still survives in the Gukaku, which is preserved in the royal palace. So these are some very fascinating connections between the two. But the role that has been played by Southeast Asia, also in some kind of a mediatory role of these connections, that also is something that really should be highlighted, and I'm very glad that is being done. So let me stop here and welcome once again all those who will be taking part in this conference. I wish you all success in your endeavors, and I would hope that India International Center, it's our privilege to collaborate with you. I hope our collaboration will continue in the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ambassador Saran. I now call upon our chief guest, Kawazu-san, to please give his address.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ashok Jain, President of MOSAI, Professor Sushila Narasimhan, Forum Advisory Board member and convener of this conference, Ambassador Shyam Saran, IIC President, Mr. Max Okubo, Country Chairperson, Mitsui and Company, Ambassador Badoa, Sato-san, Japan Foundation, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar, ohayo gozaimasu, good morning to all. First of all, I would like to join the congratulations to MOSAI on this inaugural session of the India-Japan Study Forum, Discovering India-Japan Civilization Ties and Southeast Asia Connectivities. Like Jane-san said, I was also the part of this similar session last September. Like last time, today, there are a bunch of the prominent researchers, professors, academics from all over the world for this the event today. I am happy to be present today for the both directions discussions with such prominent people. Thank you for inviting me. My big thanks go to the MOSAI and President Jain and people, colleagues concerned of MOSAI for hosting, for organizing this great event. MOSAI, not only for this, but also other activities, very active, like the MOSAI is playing an important role as a secretariat for the Japan Alumni Association, which is for the Indian students studied in Japan. This connection is very much important for us. And also the Japanese language is a very important area where MOSAI is working on. Last month, January, the 34th North Zone Japanese Language Speech Contest was held in the Delhi University, hosted by MOSAI. MOSAI's active activities are covering not only the Japanese language, but also the study of Japan study like today, in a very comprehensive manner. I am a frequent participant for the speech contest too. I strongly believe that the MOSAI's activity will lead the betterment of our bilateral relations.
This is very weird.
India and Japan.
Cannot
Now,
find the file that he has sent nor the email.
okay. Now, I would like to my thanks to the IIC, India International Center. By the way, this week, this is my third visit to IIC. I am a big fan of this great organization in India for working the international relations in general. For our bilateral relations, IIC last year, which commemorated the 70th anniversary between our two countries, setting aside this Kizuna India-Japan Study Forum, the IIC hosted the other important events such as Japan Film Festival, also the special photo exhibition, which is called Japan from India's Perspective. And I cannot but mention my respect to Ambassador Saran, the head of this IIC. Ambassador Saran is, of course, my senior colleague of this diplomatic circle. And as he mentioned, he served in Japan. At that time, I believe that ambassador enjoyed the very good Japanese bubble economy. But like the ambassador said, the transformation of the Indo-Japan bilateral relations is phenomenal. I would like to touch upon my similar experience to what ambassador said. Like the mid-90s or so, I was in charge of India or the South Asia in general from Tokyo. So I belonged to the regional office back in Tokyo. And at that time, frankly speaking, my office was one of the most less busy section in our ministry. But now, this section, we are calling this Southwest Asia Division. This is one of the most active, busiest division in our ministry. So this big change is really remarkable. And of course, this change is very, very positive. And after 3 decades, I am now in India, and I have the totally different feeling from the one which I had when I served in Tokyo for India and South Asia. So I am busy here in a positive sense. Because, of course, not only the Buddhism, the start of our cultural ties go back to the Buddhism. Now, yoga, Ayurveda, this is very, very popular in Japan too, thanks to the efforts of the Modi administration's attempt to try to diffuse this Indian great culture to all over the world, International Yoga Day, to name a few. But not only the cultural ties, our bilateral relations cover not only the ODA, which Ambassador Salam mentioned. ODA is an old linchpin between our two countries, but now the economy, business is very, very important. And now, in addition to that, the security strategic side is also very important for our bilateral relations, which makes my life here much, much more interesting and colorful. In my view, though, the people-to-people exchange is still left behind in comparison to other important bilateral areas. And this type of seminar for deepening the mutual understanding will stimulate the people-to-people exchange, I hope, and I believe. Last year, we celebrated on the 70th anniversary between our two countries, the friendship year. Following the anniversary, this year, India is assuming the G20 presidency. Japan is assuming the G7 presidency. I believe that it is our responsibility to tackle with the global issues through the cooperation between two presidencies. And also, this is a good time for deepening our bilateral ties. And coming back to the people-to-people exchange, now, fortunately, we all can celebrate on the, so to say, post-corona era. And I hope that travel between two countries will be boosted soon. And in this context, yesterday, I was informed of a very good news, which is the Indian government lifted the requirement of the PCR test for the travelers from Japan to India as of next Monday. I hope that this measure will even boost the people-to-people exchanges and travel and tourism between our two countries. Ladies and gentlemen, this forum in such context, very, very timely after the 2 days academic discussion. I hope that the deeper mutual understanding will be the case. New today, unlike the last session in September last year, today my friend, if I may, the Okubo-san, Max, is present. The presence from the business circle to this forum, I believe that his presence is making this forum even more significant. Like President Jain mentioned, especially the Mitsui and Company has a very long record of the business connections with India, which goes back to the 19th century. In this context, I would like to refer to the business event between our two countries, which is the 46th joint meeting of the Business Cooperation Committee, which was held yesterday. And for that, as an head of the Japanese delegation, the chair of the board of directors, Mr. Yasunaga Mitsui and Company, came to town. He is exchanging the views with the minister Goyal, Ministry of Commerce, as well as the Minister Shin, the energy minister. The prerogative of our embassy is we should enlarge all of the areas, our bilateral relations in a seamless manner, be it business, be it academia, be it the youth exchange, everything. And for that seamless enlargement of the relations, the Okubo-san's presence is very much appreciated. In conclusion, again, thank you very much, the Jane-san, the Mosai and Mosai colleagues, the Ambassador Saran, all of the participants, all of the professors, academia, researchers, thank you very much. Daniel Ward, ありがとうございました。
Thank you, Kawazu-san. I think we're all very happy to know that your workload has increased in a positive light. And I now invite Okubo-san to please make his address to the audience. So Okubo-san will also be sharing a presentation with us.
Ambassador Sam Sarang, and Dr. Ashok Jain, President of Mosai, Professor Sushila Narasimhan from Kizuna India Japan Forum, and His Excellency Mr. Kunihiko Kawazu. Thank you very much for mentioning me as your friend, Deputy Chief, Mission Embassy of Japan, and also Ambassador Wado-san. All esteemed guests and participants. Good morning. Namaskar. In my office, I always say to all the employees of Mitsui, we have to make a challenge. So let me make one challenge this morning. मेरा नाम मासाहारू ओकुबो है। मैं आज मित्सुई इंडिया के प्रतिनिधि के रूप में आपके सम्मुख हूं। आज मैं आप सभी को भारत में मित्सुई के इतिहास और भारत जापान के बीच लंबे समय से चले आ रहे संबंधों के बारे में जानकारी देना चाहूंगा। I hope my Hindi was not so bad, and this is all I can do. So please let me share my presentation in English from here onward. Would you like to do something? Okay. First of all, let me make some explanation about why Kawada-san called me Max while my name is Masaharu. Actually, my Japanese name is Masaharu, but in my Mitsui careers, I had a chance to be stationed in Australia for 9 years, and my Australian colleagues started to call me Max. Maybe Masaharu was too long for them. So since then, I have been called Max. So you can call me whichever you like. And thank you very much for giving me an opportunity today to present to some to make some presentation about history of Mitsui and company in India. So first, I'd like to start with the history of Mitsui. Mitsui's relationship with India dates back more than a century. Dr. Jain said maybe he knows much more than I know, but Mitsui Group started much earlier, but in our record, this is the first business we did in India. The former Mitsui opened its first office in Bombay in 1893. That is exactly 130 years ago. And this former Mitsui and Company was established in 1876, but dissolved in 1947. So legally, there is no continuity between the former Mitsui and Company and the current Mitsui and Company. They are completely separate corporate bodies, but corporate culture and its spirit, values have indefinitely succeeded. When the first office was opened in Bombay, the former Mitsui started to buy cotton directly from the producing regions, such as Nagpur in Maharashtra and Tuticorin in Tamil Nadu, and exported to Japan. The company played an important role to secure raw materials for Japanese cotton spinning industry, and trading business of cotton was one of the backbones and foundations in Mitsui history. At that time, it was a time for Japan of transformation of industry from handicraft to modern industry. And the first modern industry built in Japan was the cotton spinning industry. Why did the former Mitsui start buying cotton in India? In those days, Japanese cotton spinning industry was relying on raw material imports from China. But as Japanese spinning industry flourished, there were concerns that demand could not be met by supply only from China. So it became an urgent task for Japan to secure a new stable supplier. Then the company found India as a potential new supply source. However, some challenges were there. In those days, Indian cotton was traded through British cotton merchants, but delivery was unstable and the quality was inconsistent because it had to go through many intermediates. Then the company went into cotton production area and decided to purchase directly from there. The former Mitsui became the first Japanese company to purchase cotton directly from the production area in the Nagpur, Akwa, and Tuticorin. After opening the company's office in Bombay, export of Indian cotton to Japan increased rapidly. It exceeded Chinese cotton, and India became a main supply source for Japan. This new supply chain from India contributed a lot to strengthen the international competitiveness of Japanese spinning industry. Please let me touch upon another interesting history. Auto rickshaws you see every day running around in town. It was Mitsui that imported it from Japan to India. Somewhere in the beginning of the 20th century, around the year 1900, Mitsui began import of a jinrickshaw, which is two-wheeler pulled by a person like shared in the photo, to Indian market. They were widely adopted in India and then have been transformed it into auto rickshaws. So today, auto rickshaws plays a vital mode of commuting in almost all major cities in India. So this is also one of the businesses Mitsui contributed to strengthen the tie between the two countries. Now, let's move on to the next slide. And in the last slide, we looked at the history of the former Mitsui in India. So now I want to look at some Mitsui people associated with India. Firstly, please let me introduce Mr. Yunosuke Yasukawa, who is the photo of the upper part of the slide. He was the first head of Mitsui Bombay office and stationed in India for 6 years from 1893. He was only his early 20s when he was assigned his mission in India, but he made significant contribution to expand Indian cotton export to Japan and development of many other businesses. Next person is Mr. Zenzo Shimizu in the photo of lower part. He joined the former Mitsui in 1912 and was immediately assigned a job in Mitsui Calcutta, currently Kolkata office. And he was a tennis player. And while he was stationed in Kolkata office, he won the Bengal State Tennis Tournament 6 times. As he worked so hard in Kolkata office, he was given a special leave for 3 months and joined the Wimbledon Tennis Championship tournament. And he went into the semifinals of the 1920 Wimbledon tennis. Now, please let me touch upon some history between India and Japan and some other people associated with it. I guess most of the people in this forum may be aware of this, but let me touch upon this again. Last year, 2022, marks the 125th anniversary of Netaji Subhas Chandra Bose birth year. He led the Indian National Army alongside the Japanese Army to fight in Operational Imphal. He devoted his life to gain independence of India with Japanese help, but unfortunately passed away in 1945 in aircraft accident in Taiwan. Justice Pal is known as the Indian representative to the 11 judges panel of the Tokyo Tribunal, which was international military tribunal for the Far East after the World War II. He was only one judge among all 11 judges who insisted that ex post facto law is illegal, therefore Japan should be sentenced not guilty. There may be some argument about the legal aspect of this tribunal. However, putting aside such argument, many Japanese people remember this as an example to show fair spirit of Indian people and their sympathy to Japan. As Mr. Kawazu mentioned, last year we celebrated the 70th anniversary of diplomatic relations between India and Japan. In 1951, India did not participate in the conclusion of a peace treaty at the San Francisco Peace Conference because India saw it as infringement of Japanese sovereignty. The following year, in 1952, India concluded a peace treaty with Japan on equal footing and began diplomatic relations. So last year was the 70th anniversary since then. India was the first recipient of the Japanese Official Development Assistance, ODA, in 1958, and now it is the largest ODA recipient for Japan. Many large-scale important infrastructure projects, such as Delhi Metro and some more metros in some other cities in India, Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed railway, and Delhi-Mumbai dedicated freight corridor. They have been assisted by this ODA provided from Japan. India was also the first country to which Japan committed to having a reciprocal prime minister visit to the partner company every year since 2006. In March 2022, last year, Japanese Prime Minister Kishida visited India for the first time after the COVID pandemic, and he announced an investment target of 5 trillion yen, which is equivalent to 320,000 crore rupees in India over the next 5 years after his meeting with Indian Prime Minister Modi. Mitsui is fully committed to play an important role in realizing this milestone between the two countries. Now, next topic is about history of Mitsui and Company today. Present Mitsui and Company was established in 1947, the same year when India gained its independence, and then Mitsui restarted business with India. We started export of Indian iron ore to Japan in 1951, when Japanese steel industry was recovering after the war and quickly growing to expand its production. Again, like cotton, India helped Japanese industry to grow. During second half of 20th century, Mitsui continued to actively participate in development of India's vital infrastructure, such as hydraulic power project in Assam, Andhra Pradesh, and West Bengal, Ampara B thermal power project in Uttar Pradesh, and some parts of Gales LNG pipeline project. During this period, Mitsui also continued to develop trade of various raw materials and natural resources from India to India. Iron ore export from India to Japan was one of major businesses at the time, and in 1996, Mitsui invested in Sesagawa, which was a leading iron ore producer and exporter with majority shareholding, but later this was divested in 2007. The current presence of Mitsui in India, represented by Mitsui and Company India, a fully owned subsidiary of Mitsui and Company. This was established in 2003 with headquarters in New Delhi. In 2018, Mitsui reopened its Hyderabad office and reopened its Bengaluru office in 2020, showcasing its full commitment in development of its business in India and for India. As Mr. Kawazu mentioned, Japan-India Business Cooperation Committee, which is one of the biggest annual events between private sectors of India and Japan, and its 46th gathering was held yesterday. The current chairperson of the Japanese delegation is Mr. Tatsuo Yasunaga, who is the chairperson of Mitsui and Company, and successive chairman of Mitsui have held this position since 2004. This is because of Mitsui's long and outstanding contribution to development of India and Japan relationship, I believe. So let's move on to next slide. In the mission, vision, value statement of Mitsui, we say our mission is to build brighter futures everywhere. So we have and will keep working together with Indian people to build brighter futures of India, utilizing the networks we have developed through our diverse business across the world. There are 129 offices in 63 countries and regions in the world. We have 6 offices in India and 215 staff members, plus more than 20 secondees to joint ventures and our partner companies. The current managing director of Mitsui India is an Indian national. It is one of the advantages of Mitsui to provide our employees with the opportunity to work in overseas countries. Currently, 8 Indian staff members from Mitsui India are working in other overseas offices of Mitsui. 2 in Japan, 4 in Singapore, and the another 2 in Australia. Today, Mitsui India is contributing to not only trading business between India and Japan, but trading between India and various connect countries across the world, including African markets. Next slide is just showing how Mitsui's business is diversified. We have 16 business units, 2 regional units, and 6 regional blocks to cover a diverse range of needs for business. We are leveraging our comprehensive strengths while remaining highly responsive to changes in the business and social environment. Next slide is showing Mitsui's business in India. In addition to trading between India and other countries, as of today, Mitsui stays invested in 29 business entities, both directly and indirectly in India, having total exposure of 500 million US dollars. These days, you can see Japanese brands in India in a variety of industries. These are just some examples of Japanese business Mitsui has been doing as their trading partner or as joint venture partner. Top left side, Kao Biore is UV protective skincare product, and Meris is high quality diapers for baby use. Left bottom side, Yamaha Motor India is one of the leading two-wheeler companies in India. And bottom right side, Toto India is top grade sanitary wear company with Japanese quality. And top right hand side, Koko Ichibanya is a Japanese style curry restaurant Mitsui imported from Japan. We call it Koko Ichi. We already opened 2 Koko Ichi restaurants, one in Cyber Hub, Gurgaon, and another one in Select City Walk Mall, New Delhi. And one more is coming. This is a good example of new challenges to contribute to better mutual understanding of food culture between India and Japan. One Mitsui India staff who has worked for Mitsui Tokyo for some months and found Kokoichi curry in Japan. He liked the taste and wanted to bring it back to India. After he returned back to India, he made an investment proposal to open up Kokoichi curry restaurants in India, together with Ichibanya, which is a brand owner company in Japan. So we are still in a challenging journey to make this Japanese curry, which was obviously originated all the way from India through UK, coming back to its home country, India. But we are all very much excited with this challenge and do hope to see many Indian people enjoy this Japanese curry. And finally, I'd like to conclude my presentation today by saying this message. As a member of Mitsui & Company, I'm very much proud to have worked for the company, which have played a significant role in linking the economies between India and Japan. This long-lasting partnership between the two countries has been now referred as India-Japan Special Strategic and Global Partnership. I look forward to keep working together with my Indian colleagues to further enhance such a special relationship. And finally, having been involved in business for many years, it is my strong belief that business is only possible with the people you can trust. I have no doubt that business between our two countries with such historical backgrounds will continue to progress greatly in the future. Thank you very much for your attention. And now I have a bit more information for you. I talked about Kokoichi curry restaurant today. Today I have 10 500 rupees voucher, gift voucher of Kokoichi restaurant for some of you to try. And I enclose the 5 advertisement information paper in that envelope. So who get it? I have only 10. I will leave it with Sushil to distribute to whatever you think is appropriate. And I really hope those who get that gift voucher to try this Kokoichi curry. And if you like it, please distribute that information paper to your friends, colleagues, families, and invite them to try. It looks like a bit challenge for some Indian people, but most of them like it once they try it. So I really encourage many of you to try it, please. Thank you very much.
So once again, good morning, everyone. I am Parul Bakshi, Secretary, Kizuna India Study Forum. Some of the speakers present here physically and virtually might recognize me as the person who's been bombarding them with emails past few months. And I am honored to present the vote of thanks to conclude the inaugural session of today. I would like to begin with extending our deep gratitude to our chief guest, Kawazu-san, for setting the tone of the inaugural session of the conference and for his insightful address, as well as taking time out of his busy schedule and joining us in this conference today. Thank you. I would also like to thank Okubo-san for delivering his remarks and sharing with us his inciting perspectives on the bilateral relationship and the involvement of Mitsui. I don't know about all of you present here, but it was very insightful for me to know the relationship between Mitsui and our present day auto rickshaws. And we will hold a bidding for the Kokoichiban. I'm just kidding, but thank you for sharing that information with us as well. I must also mention our deep sense of appreciation towards Ambassador Shyam Saran, President, India International Center, for his thoughtful remarks, and to him and his team for his enormous cooperation in organization of this conference. We are also grateful to Ambassador Deepa Gopalan Vadva, President India-Japan Friendship Forum, for her constant support and guidance. Without you, this conference would not have been a reality, ma'am. Thank you. I also take this opportunity to thank and congratulate Professor Sushila Narasimhan and Dr. Jain for their extensive efforts in enabling this conference and ensuring its smooth conduct. Lastly, I thank each and every one of you who has joined us from across the globe, virtually and physically. Your enthusiastic participation has been inspiring, and I hope we can continue with the same rigor until the closing ceremony tomorrow. With the conclusion of this inaugural session, we look forward to embarking upon the enlightening and exciting journey of discovering India-Japan civilizational ties and Southeast Asian connectivities. We hope to together gain insights into the multifaceted relationship of India and Southeast Asia with Japan. And with that, I take your leave and invite you all to join us for tea and regroup as we commence at 11:40 a.m. for the first session of this conference. Thank you so much. Request everybody outside to kindly come on in and join us. I request all the speakers joining us virtually to kindly switch their cameras on. So we can have all of you on screen here as you present. So we'd have Akira Sukahara-san, Alexandra Covello, Abigail McBain, and John Gillespie. Can we have all 4 speakers kindly turn their cameras on? I think we already have 3 of them here. Okay, I think we have all 4. Thank you so much. Hello, welcome.
I'm not sure.
To look.
Yeah. Okay. And they can see me. All right. Hello.
I think maybe.
Should I change? Is this angle all right?
Okay, I request everybody outside if they could come back in as we commence the first session of our conference. Okay, so without further ado, sorry, just technicalities of managing a hybrid conference.
Is that all right? Do you see the back of my head, the participants? That's the only thing that's worrying me.
Not sure.
Could you tell? Is this
Sorry,
okay?
please give us 2 minutes.
The participant should be able to see my face. And the speakers. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So, dear participants, after that very stimulating inaugural session, we start the first substantive session of our conference on discovering India-Japan civilizational ties and Southeast Asia connectivities. This session that we have today, the first session in the morning, which is on cultural and civilizational threads, is perhaps something which has fascinated me personally the most as a practitioner of diplomacy who was looking at more the harder parts, not the softer parts of I think, bilateral relations. But this really was the most fascinating in the context of Japan, because there was so much of hidden, at least to me, or unknown information as far as I was concerned. And my stay in Japan was a constant discovery of the close cultural and civilizational ties, which I think are unknown or very little known to most people. And therefore, I really welcome this effort by Dr. Ashok Jain and by Professor Narasimhan. It's a huge effort to put this together, to have these sort of conferences together and get the best scholars from across the world to be able to speak on these subjects. And we heard the Japanese DCM today say that among the different areas of our relations, the one that perhaps gets the least attention is really people to people. And in people to people really come under this rubric comes also academic exchanges and the recognition of people who worked in areas like this across the world, and sort of to be able to really not only understand, but appreciate and probably be able to in some way make sure that this process goes on further. So this session is about the threads, the cultural and civilizational threads, which bind us together as very distant geographies. I must also say that in the course of one's life, one worked a lot on China, where I think the threads were more evident than they were with Japan. But nonetheless, I mean, they do exist. And I think we need a lot more studies to look at these. Now, just some kind of, I think I should just, before we start, say that we expect each of the speakers to speak for about 20 minutes. And instead of having question and answers at the end of it, what we will do is ask for a couple of questions soon after each presentation, while the presentation is still fresh in our minds. And then we'll go on. And maybe at the end of it, we can then take the rest of the questions. So we'll start right away with the first speaker, who is Akira Sukahara-san, who's the curator of the Kobe Museum. The subject is Indian and Namban art with a focus on St. Francis Xavier and Namban screens. Professor Akira Sukahara is a curator at the Kobe City Museum since 1991. His main research theme is the influence of Western painting on early modern Japanese art, and he was involved in the composition of the permanent exhibition St. Francis Xavier, newly installed in this museum in 2019. As most of us know, when you talk of Namban, you think of the interaction, the initial interaction between Japan, fairly closed society, and really the foreigners, mainly from the Western world. But there was a very strong India link because of the Jesuits and the other evangelists who went from the Western world in the early years, and particularly St. Francis Xavier and his connection with Goa. So I will not take more time, but over to you, Akira-san. We look forward to hearing your presentation.
Thank you for the invitation for this conference. My name is Akira Tsukahara, Kobe City Museum. May I begin my presentation? Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Sorry, may I please request you to turn your camera on?
Sorry, my camera doesn't work so far.
Oh, I see.
I'm so sorry. But I think I can share my PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Yeah. Kobe City Museum, to which I belong, is widely known for the collection of Namban art. The two representative works, the portrait of St. Francis Xavier and the Namban screens by Kano Naizen, which I will introduce today, symbolize the connection between Japan and the West in the 16th and 17th century. At the same time, there are visual artifacts showing the indirect relationship between Japan and India in this period. First, let me talk about portrait St. Francis Xavier. Christianity in Japan began with the arrival of Francis Xavier in 1549. At that time, it was the age of discovery when Portugal and Spain expanded their influence areas on a global scale. The influx of Western culture, including Christianity into Japan, was initially brought by Portuguese ships sailing on routes through Europe, Africa, India, and Malacca. Oh, sorry. Since 1530, Portugal's base of operation in Asia had been located in Goa on the west coast of India. Since the arrival of the Jesuit Francis Xavier in 1542, the city of Goa has played an important role as a center for the Catholic missionary works all over Asia. After 2 years of mission in Japan, Xavier returned to Goa in February 1552. He left Goa to go to Malacca in April for the mission to China. Francis Xavier died in December 1552, just before his visit of China. He was canonized as a saint by the Pope in 1622 in recognition of his great religious activities during his lifetime, and the miracle that his body, laid in the Basilica of Beauvais in Goa, had never decomposed. In fact, even in this 21st century, we can see the mummified remains of Xavier in Goa. Christianity was forbidden with severe penalties in Japan since 1640, but there were many Japanese Christians who went into hiding and kept their faith. The news of Xavier's canonization, who had close ties to Japan, reached them in 1623 at the latest, and there was a widespread movement to secretly worship Xavier by painting his portrait. The portrait of Saint Francis Xavier, now in the collection of the Greco City Museum, is thought to have been painted in Japan after 1623. The portrait of Xavier is based on the legendary episode from his stay in Goa in 1552. This anecdote was first published in Rome in 1594 in the Admirable Life of Saint Francis Xavier by Orazio Torresino as a symbolic episode of Xavier's qualities as a religious man. The episode is as follows. One night, Xavier went out into the courtyard of the church in Goa to pray to God, and being touched by God's love, he fainted. It was as if his soul has left his body. When Xavier came to himself, a short time later, he noticed that his chest was bright red and swollen. While taking off his clothes to cool his chest, he cried out, "It's enough, oh Lord, it's enough." In the cover portrait, angels soaring above symbolize God's love, overwhelming Xavier. The cross represents the crucifixion of Christ, as Xavier imagined it in his prayer. The image represents his red and swollen chest as an exposed burning heart, as his soul tries to leave his body. The words Xavier cried out are written in Latin on his portrait, Satis est Domine, Satis est. The portrait exemplifies the Christian way of the prayer that Xavier demonstrated in Goa. There was another Jesuit based in Goa after Francis Xavier, who played an important role in relation with Japan. He was Alessandro Barignano, the Jesuit visitor of a mission in Indies. He arrived in Goa in 1574. He was the leader of the Jesuits in Asia and visited Japan 3 times. He had a deep knowledge of Japanese politics and culture. And even powerful Japanese persons such as Oda Nobunaga and Toyotomi Hideyoshi were impressed by him. Another representative works of number art, I introduced the number screen by Kanonizen, which shows the international exchange in Japan that Barignano supposed. In contrast to the portraits of Xavier painted with Western techniques, with this work is painted with traditional Japanese techniques and compositional method. The Japanese, the painter Kanonizen was a court painter for Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the most powerful man in Japan in the late 16th century. This artwork consists of a pair of folding screens nearly 4 meters wide. The left screen depicts the departure of Namban ships from the foreign port town. Obviously, this is an exotic landscape different from Japan or China. You may wonder which port town in which country this screen depicts. This could be Goa, and this could be Manila or Macau. However, even among Japanese researchers, no clear conclusion has been reached. The right screen depicts a Namban ship entering the Japanese port town and loading its trade goods. The word Namban meant European countries in Japan in the 16th and 17th century. The captain and a group of his men have landed from the ship, and Christian missionaries and believers welcome them. It's assumed that this painting was produced from the late 1590s to late 1620s. It is also assumed that person who commissioned Canon Naiden to create these Namban screens was influential person who was closely associated with Toyotomi Hideyoshi and who also understood Christianity. It is thought that these screens were intended to preserve the glamorous memories of trade between Japan and other countries during the days of Hideyoshi. The painting depicts more than 200 people, not many of them Japanese, but mostly European Caucasian and dark-skinned people from Asia and Africa. Needless to say, some of them might be from India, but it is impossible to distinguish with the birthplace of the people depicted here. The event depicted in this scraping painting in the exchange between the Japan and foreign countries in the 1590s. By this time, monopoly on the trade with Japan by Goa-based Portuguese merchant and Jesuit missionary had ended. Spain was entering the Japanese trade from Mexico and Manila in Philippines, and Franciscan missionaries were also active. Therefore, not all of the people and animals depicted here are of India origin or by India. For example, the elephant on the left screen is thought to reflect of the memory of an elephant presented to Hideyoshi by Spanish mission in 1597. So there is no evidence that is an Indian elephant, and it can be an elephant from somewhere in the Southeast Asia. On the other hand, we can point out historical events in this screen painting that may be related to India. Perhaps the most significant event in international exchange during the Hideyoshi period was the return of the Tensho embassy to Europe in 1590. Four Japanese boy Christians sent by Alessandro Barignano to Rome in 1582 joined Barignano in Goa on their way back to Japan in 1587 and returned to Nagasaki in 1590 with a letter from the Viceroy of Portuguese India. They were granted an audience with Hideyoshi the next spring. Louis Floris, who was the Jesuit missionary, stayed in Japan at the time and wrote extensive records, reported that the procession of the Mariners Party included many Indian and Portuguese people. On its way to Hideyoshi Castle in Kyoto, citizens of Kyoto were really surprised because the procession was very brilliant and glamorous. This historical fact could be reflected in the image of the commander of Namban ship and his party's splendid costume depicted in the center of the right screen of the Namban screen. According to Louis Flores, Barina's party presented Hideyoshi with various gifts at this time. The most notable thing is a Arab horse. Such a magnificent horse entirely fascinated the Japanese samurai because they only had a small native breeds in Japan at that time. According to Louis Flores, the horse was pulled by 2 Indians and followed by a young Indian with his fine Indian harness. The horse image on this screen may have been reflection of the fact that he presented Hideyoshi with a Arab horse in 1591. Another notable motif related to India is the unusual figure on a palanquin depicted on the left side of the left screen. And an interesting theory is proposed by Katsushi Narasawa in Waseda University. During the audience in 1591, Barinana presented an Indian-style palanquin made in China to Hideyoshi. Hideyoshi liked this palanquin very much and was seen being carried by this vehicle to various official events. Katsushi Narasawa hypothesized that this figure being carried on the palanquin in the number screens depicts Hideyoshi's dream conquering a foreign country and becoming the king of the number world. Here is an artifact showing the situation in Goa in the late 16th century, a travelogue by Dutchman Niels Horten, who stayed in Goa from 1583 to 1589. This book contains a variety of illustrations about Goa, and it tells us regional customs similar to number screens canonizing. The book contains several illustrations of Portuguese and Indian noble people carried in palanquin with large umbrella. I think there was a custom in Goa at that time for the people of high status to be carried around in this manner. And this custom may have been transmitted to Hideyoshi in Japan by Alessandro Barignano. Thank you for your attention. Please note that my English speaking ability is not high and it is difficult to provide immediate answer to a complex and specialized question. If you have any question, please send me an email to this address. Thank you so much. That's all.
Thank you very much, Suhara-san. I mean, I think, you know, these screens really are such a wonderful pictorial depiction of history. I mean, really unmatched. And you see what you have extracted, the information that you've been able to extract from these screens of these examples of number art is really, I think, to all of us must be most, interesting and also an eye-opener. And to realize, I mean, that they were not only people, as you say, from India, but also Africa. And of course, we have heard of, you know, the Mexican influence when you talk about number art. I'm going to ask, and I'm going to crave your indulgence to take 1 or 2 questions, put simply, and if you feel up to answering them, please do. So could I ask the audience for a couple of questions, please? Yes, please. Yes, please. Good. I think that would be best. It's a bit.
I'm Rajiv Lochan, the former director of the National Gallery of Modern Art. Well, very exciting to see what you have, revealed, which I have been to Kobe Museum so many times, but I hadn't seen in person. I have very simple, straightforward question, and I'll send you a mail to that effect, and you can answer me. But for the benefit of those who are here, I'd just like to say, has a stylistic pictorial study of the synthesis between academic influences, Indian miniature and Japanese approach towards image making been made? And if so, these insights would truly reveal the synthesis that we are all longing for. Thank you very much. I'll send you a mail to this effect in a more elaborate fashion, but I thought it was important to raise this question because content-wise is fine, but there is an element that is invariably forgotten, is the stylistic creative input, because it has the conceptualization and in terms of the format and a synthesis which talks about all these three sensibilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think as Sukara-san has just requested, you could send an email.
Yeah, that's what
but I think what's interesting also for everybody is to know is where there were mutual influences. And one hears of Namban art in terms of, very traditional Japanese styles. But, invariably, there must have been other influences also. Particularly with the religious iconography that was taken by the early missionaries.
Right question, because there are stylistic influences that one can see in the entirety of it. From the right side, the Portuguese influences of academicism of certain kind, it has traveled from Goa to the miniatures, and the Far Eastern sensibilities all amalgamating is my area of where it makes me inquisitive.
So I think that could be also a subject for our next conference, that we elaborate much more. That'd be wonderful. Any other questions? Yes, please.
Hello, I'm Padmini Balram, and I wanted to check about one thing is when like these screens are used in Japan for their houses, especially palaces and other places. So how these Namban art screens were used? Were they used only with Portuguese or somewhere else also?
Would you like to answer that, Sugara-san? I think she just wants to...
Yeah. I think this is a very difficult question to answer. But there is information about how use this Namban screen in Japan. I think this Namban screen I introduced in this conference have discovered in Nara City, in the old city in early 20th century, but we cannot have any information about how these screens is handed down to the modern times. I think this is a very difficult answer to your question. So I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Sukara-san. Yeah. I'm sure that the provenance, but I mean, the fact that in Japan, everything is so well preserved, I think has kept this for us. And that itself is, however it sort of kept, but must have been probably certainly in the homes of people, the well-to-do or probably, the nobility itself, that this was perhaps kept. because I think the religion, on the religious side, there was probably a period of disconnect, therefore, this perhaps was kept as part of the secular art collection for a long time. Do you think that would be right?
Sorry, I don't know about that this issue. So sorry.
That's fine. Thank you so much. We enjoyed this presentation. I'm sure you'll get some other questions also from among our audience emailed to you, and we'll make sure that is done. But thank you for this presentation. It's been really quite fascinating, and you really were the fact that this has a very clear connection also with Southeast Asia, which is part of this conference. That is, you had references to to Manila, the Spanish connection, which people don't talk about so much in India. We speak more about the Portuguese. And I think that also, in a way, was information that has been relatively new to us. So thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So could we give him another round?
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. So on to the second speaker today. It's Alexandra Covello. She is a PhD in the history of art on Namban art again, and its circulation between Asia and America. She is a professor at Nova FCSH Lisbon and is a member of the Art History Institute, IHA Nova FCSH. Her major publications include Interactions Between Rivals, The Christian Mission and Buddhist Sects in Japan. Must be fascinating. Would love to read this myself. And also on Namban folding screen masterpieces, Japan, Portugal in the 17th century. So the subject of her talk is going to be India Materialized, South Asian Textiles in Early Modern Japan. I think here again, we must really thank the Japanese, because when you travel in Japan, you find how they've been able to preserve pieces of really textiles much better than perhaps we've been able to do, perhaps climatic conditions or whatever in India. And, you found these masterpieces in different parts of Japan. One always knew about how popular Indian textiles were in the Western part of the world, but to know that this trade also extended to Japan, despite kind of Japan's policy of seclusion, perhaps in the Edo period. So now we look forward to your talk. I have to say over here, two of the things that I recall from my own stay here, my own stay in Japan, was that very often I was asked about sarasa. And initially, they're very surprised that I didn't know what it was. And so I educated myself on what sarasa was, because they associated that immediately with India. And then, of course, the famous Kyoto Gion Festival and the floats, which had Indian textiles. But over to you. Looking forward to hearing from you, Professor Covello.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to this conference, especially Professor Sushila Narasimhan. And I'm going to present a paper and a abridged version of a paper that I have already presented before. I'll try to share my PowerPoint. I'm sorry, just... Okay. Can you see? Is it okay?
You can see it, yeah.
Okay. So by 1600, the weight of Asian textiles on board of the Portuguese Indian sea route, or Carreira da Índia, was massive. The Portuguese imported more than 800,000 pieces of cloth, and by 1620, the figure sums up 600,000 pieces. By contrast, the Dutch imported approximately 40,000 pieces per year in the 1620s, while English shipments were only a portion of the Dutch ones. Only in the late 17th century did English and Dutch imports of Asian textiles approach those documented for the Portuguese at the beginning of the century. Let me focus on the Black Ship. At the moment it docked in Japan, the final location of a sea route that included in Asia, Goa, Malacca, and Macau. And these goods comprised, among others, silks, cottons, fabrics, porcelain, musk, and leopard skins, for instance. These merchants, as well as the people voyaging on board, resonated particular world geographies of intense commercial maritime activity with innumerable mercantile communities of surprising cosmopolitan urbanism and plenty of novelty. The most valuable good on board was Japanese silver, which was exchanged for Chinese silk. Silks were shipped to Japan and comprehended a diverse range of textiles, including brocades, taffeta, damask, or even bolts of silk or thread. These were unloaded from flatboats under the watchful eye of merchants. Other textiles with diverse provenance included cotton, among which sarasa and ganga. In Japan, folding screens depicting the Great Ship and the Southern Barbarians began to be made by Japanese painters in the late 16th century. We just heard the former paper for local warrior and mercantile classes. They are the main visual documents about the Great Ship, as well as the people and goods associated with it. In a territory in which the exotic came to include the Southern Europeans and the multiracial crew of the Black Ship, along with all of the goods transported, this became a favorite theme among a public interested in the novelty of these people and of what they brought with them. In the eyes of the Japanese, this ship came to symbolize fortune, abundance, and a distant and unknown world. The Kurofune is then the treasure ship, or the Takarabune, symbol of wealth and of happiness. These folding screens are also full of details regarding textiles and vestments. Missionaries and noblemen use mainly dark, grayish, and sober, rich textiles like smooth velvet or embroideries and brocades of Spanish and Italian origin, in accordance with the customs of the Iberian Peninsula. Black, a color in its own right, was, and to some extent still is, associated with authority, solemnity, and positions of responsibility. Furthermore, deep permanent black was extremely expensive and even difficult to obtain, and the color was more symbolic than real or tangible. As aristocrats and representatives of power, noblemen would dress and present themselves by their status. The same goes for the missionaries, the representatives of the authority of the church. By contrast, merchants are the ones who use some of the most striking textiles elements and can be identified by the use of colorful clothing with diverse patterns, very different from the European codes of dressing, as an analysis of the European painting of this period can attest. Moreover, the patterns and colors of the fabrics depicted in these paintings point out the different origins of the textiles. From India, Southeast Asia, particularly Indonesia and China, which are signs or lines with the practices of commerce implemented by the Portuguese in the Asian maritime networks. Additionally, a series of accessories like handkerchiefs, whistles, chains, glasses, hats with large brims and rosaries help to complement an image in which the very posture of individuals reveals their social position. This will be a very peculiar way of dressing in Europe of those times, as colors that were too rich or ostentatious were forbidden to all those who had to present a dignified appearance. Along with polychromy, two strong contrasts and striped, checked or rainbow-colored clothes were prohibited as they were considered not appropriate in Europe. If we look at the images of the low-ranking people at the folding screens of the Namban folding screens, the ones who accompanied these merchants, such as interpreters and lower on the social scale, the slaves, we can observe that they dress either in a colorful way or in cotton with geometric blue and white patterns, such as the ones that I am showing here. One may argue that the context of the presence of the Portuguese merchants in Asia was much less restrictive regarding vestments. In these distant and foreign lands, and even more so in the territories where European powers did not have a direct political presence and means of control, as it happened in Japan, there was space for experiment, for novelty, for one to express himself in different and sometimes very eclectic ways. One such occasion was the arrival in Japan in 1590 of the Tensho mission that culminated with the entrance in Kyoto led by the visitor Alessandro Valignano in an episode described by Luís Frois in his História de Japão, History of Japan. And I quote Frois, "The Portuguese were dressed very gallantly and in good order, began their journey, and on their arrival in Miyako, there was a large multitude of people who came from all over to see this novelty. And all were amazed to see such strange people entering Miyako, so richly ornate and so lustrously dressed. They said that each one of them seemed to be an idol." Frois uses the word fotoke. The Portuguese, who normally come to the port of Nagasaki each year, are more concerned with carrying out good commerce than in appearing like nobles or gallants in the eyes of the Japanese. And for this reason, as well as that their customs are so contrary to those of the Japanese, they were understood by the people of Miyako as men of little value or esteem, especially as a result of the negative connotations they attached to merchants who came to trade with the ship when they returned to their homes. But when they saw such ostentatious people come to Miyako, the likes of which they had never seen before, they all stood stunned and with their fingers in their mouth, unable to speak. End of quotation. According to Freud, who describes how the Jesuits and Portuguese merchants prepared to be received by Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the parade consisting of 26 people included the presence of Indians dressed in their clothes. Again, I quote Freud. First, there was a very richly laid horse, which was naturally very fierce and of a great appearance. It was so big and of striking figure that the eyes of the Japanese followed him everywhere it passed, so that all the horses of Japan seemed small pack horses when compared with it. On its back were two Indians grooms dressed in their long hammocks of various colors and with plumes on their heads, so that seeing them was a very novel and strange thing to the Japanese. And behind them was a small boy from India dressed in the same way, fanning the horse with a big fan in the manner of India, which no doubt conveyed great majesty. End of quotation. Notwithstanding the possible amplification of these events, the image that the Jesuit texts aim to transmit is of a Japanese society especially sensitive to novelty and external signs of wealth. These folding screens depicting the black sheep and the Nambanjin attest, in my view, to the same curiosity and inquisitiveness. Besides, other written documents refer to similar situations. That is the case of the annual letter written by the Jesuits describing the embassy led, as already said, by Valeriano to Toyotomi Hideyoshi when he was in Nagoya, in Kyushu, preparing the Korean campaign. The events described in this letter may indicate the starting point for the depiction of the Nambanjin in folding screens, as well as the adoption of a Namban dress code among the Japanese warrior class. And I'm going to quote, "And so little by little, Toyotomi Hideyoshi has become fond of the Portuguese dresses, so that when the ship arrives, his overseers are eager to buy and make dresses in the Portuguese way for their lords and buy the merchandises, so to say, with its weight in gold, so that the Portuguese leave to China almost naked, living in Japan their best dresses for how well they are paid." End of quotation. As for the Japanese written sources, reference should be made to a few entries in the diary of a samurai retainer of the Satake family of the Mito domain, Owada Shigekyo, who was sent to Nagasaki on a shopping trip for foreign merchandise. This was in August 1593. So at the same time,
so sorry. Could I just interrupt? Are you changing slides? Because we're not able to see the other slides if you're referring.
No.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No. Okay. No, I'm not changing. I'm sorry. So this visit of Owada Shigekyo to Nagasaki occurred in August 1593. By the time Hideyoshi was, of course, in Nagoya for the Korean campaign. So Hennier Hesling's translation and analysis of this document stresses the kind of products that were on sale in town in Nagasaki and their prices. And in this particular case, what was looked for was, above all, Chinese silk products that appear in a relevant position, as also as damasks. Also a document of a different nature is the Keisho Niken Roku, a 1603 chronicle, referring to an agreement that establishes the measures of the warriors, Japanese warriors' clothes that assisted the nobles in the court in Kyoto. It seems that the clothing of the samurai was not standardized, which was very displeasing to the courtiers. The same chronicle mentions that it was forbidden for the samurai to wear Chinese clothes or other singular outfits, probably, as Fujiko Maeda suggests, an allusion to the European customs of the time. And I'm showing here a detail of a folding screen with this portrait or representation, depiction of a Nambanjin wearing this kind of clothes, and Jimbaori from the Metropolitan Museum that is now in the Metropolitan Museum in New York, a samurai Jimbaori that were frequently made from expensive imported textiles like the Chinese silk velvet. And in this case, with this European style pomegranates design that appear also in the European textiles of the time. The appropriation by the Japanese warrior elite of a way of dressing on certain occasions in the manner of the Nambanjin must be associated with the image that in Japan was being constructed of this barbarian or foreigner. This process of transformation operated in the Japanese imagination by the arrival of the Europeans was designated by Ronald Tobey as the Indianness of Iberia or Indianizing Japan. The Nambanjin from the beginning associated with India and the Indians, including religiously, in a misconception that took a few years to clarify, were tamed by Japanese society through a complex process of appropriation that included imitating their dress code and adopting certain elements, such as hats of European shape as well. This is the case, hats as well as shoes and ceramics from textiles and ceramics from different origins were among the goods that could be acquired. And I'm showing here a detail of a pair of screens now in the Idemitsu Museum of Arts in Tokyo, with a shop in a street of a Japanese town, where we can see precisely hats, along with this Nambamboshi, now in Lisbon at Museu do Oriente. So these goods could be taking European forms, could be seen and bought already in Japan. As I was saying, hats and shoes, some of which of European forms, are two of the elements that were fabricated in lacquer and or in metal, and were probably used in ceremonial contexts associated with the Japanese warrior elite as part of the manifestation of basara, or extravagance aesthetics, as studied by such scholars as Anton Schweizer. As already highlighted in Japanese historiography, just as the word China came to designate porcelain in Europe and the word Japan, in the derivation of Japaning, became one of the synonyms for lacquer, so in Japan, terms were referring to textiles that denounced the geographical association that originally referred to them, regardless of the gradual advent of local production. Thus, striped cotton, shima, fabrics were called Bengara, Bengarajima or Bengaragoshi, Santome Jima in reference to São Tomé de Meliapore in India, or Matafujima from Madras. And here I show this map associating precisely with Bengala, Bengarajima, Santome, and also Matafujima or Madras. So when Santome style clothes began to be produced in Kyoto in the Edo period, they became known as To Santome or To-zan, literally Chinese or Chinese Santome, because To or Chinatang was synonymous with a very distant place. In the period, the more colorful and elaborate patterns were difficult to imitate, and as was the case with sarasa, a word from the Malay sarasa, meaning a cotton cloth or a finely woven cotton fabric from India, often translated into English as chintz or calico. The Portuguese first imported sarasa into Japan via Indonesia in the mid-16th century, and the name came to be applied to printed cottons, painted or dyed in sarasa style, made not only in India, but also in Persia, Indonesia, and even in Japan. The high coast of sarasa from the Indian Ocean, from India and Java, led to the development of wara sarasa or Japanese sarasa, and the cultivation of cotton in Japan at various points in Kyushu and Honshu from the late 16th century, so much so that from the 17th century onwards, the most important textiles produced in Japan were silk and cotton. Following in the steps of Jinji Shigematsu and Yumiko Kamada, Yumiko Kamada underlines that Japan's contact with India via textiles, as well as information on the world's geography and topography, transformed the abstract and religious spatial concept associated with India into a tangible territory, a materialized territory. From the 16th to 17th centuries, India, seen from Japan, is thus and simultaneously the pure Buddhist land and source of new products, especially of textiles. In my view, and to conclude, the Indianness of Iberia, just as Ronald Tobey referred to, is thus associated with an Indianized Japan, to take the expression used by Kayoko Fujita. And for both phenomena, the import and consumption of Asian textiles in Japan from the mid-16th century played a paramount role. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Crivello. That's absolutely fascinating. I mean, of course, we've derived a lot of information from the number on screens, and I just feel that all of us who visit there should really be looking at these more carefully, the information on textiles and dress, and the interaction really between cultures through the process really of textiles and dress codes that were adopted or appropriated, as you mentioned. Could I ask if there are any questions? We'll take one or two quick questions before we go on, because I think we have to look at time too.
I just want to check with you two things, and I have some comments also on that. You said black were very expensive in Japan, black color. Do you know the reason for that? And yeah, you finish that and I'll ask another one.
Yes. I was referring to obtaining black in Europe black was very difficult, a very difficult color to obtain and especially to maintain. So black clothes easily and very rapidly, in a very fast way, would lose their lustrous color because it was very difficult to fix black as a color. Yes.
It was in Europe, but not in Japan, right?
I know this information for the European textiles. Yes.
Yeah. Actually, even in Japan, black was supposed to be the king's color at certain period of time, and therefore it was very expensive at that time. And then there is a sarasa, when you said, is a Malay word. Are you sure? Because what I understand is sarasa has come from a word saras, which is Gujarati word, where the sarasas were printed and the Portuguese couldn't understand the word very well. So they said saraso to those textiles. What Gujaratis were saying that this is excellent textiles. And that word became saraso and went to Japan, became sarasa, according to me.
Thank you very much for your clarification. In fact, the bibliography I read refers to sarasa as a word of Malayan origin, but I will double check this information. Thank you for pointing this to me.
Malay also got it from God.
And probably the Portuguese got it from Malay. Probably is this the...
They have got it from, all these textiles were purchased in Gujarat also.
Yeah.
They were purchased in Malay also. They went to several countries. I mean, first textiles didn't go in Japan from Portuguese. First textiles were gone from by Ryukyu trade. By Ryukyuans were the ones who kind of bought it at Malacca and Malaysia and all these ports. And then they were kind of gifted and taken it to Japan.
Yeah.
So therefore, these words might have come even before.
Yeah.
This just shows the Southeast Asia connectivities, because we know that the trade between India and Southeast Asia was strong. I've also heard this, the provenance being from Gujarat, but it's quite possible both of it is sort of, some parts of it are true, because probably was carried there to Southeast Asia too. Any other question? Anyone else? Yes, please.
I have just a very quick question, Alexandra. I just wanted to know the black treasure ship, that's there on the Namban screen. What kind of Portuguese ship is it? I'm guessing it's Portuguese from your lecture.
Yes, the Curofune, yes, is the Portuguese ship that at some point the ships were already being constructed in Goa, and they were made of Indian wood, teak. Yes, do you say teak, teca in Portuguese? Teak. Sorry, which is as you of course know, a dark wood, yes, and in order to isolate from the sea water, from the salt water of the ocean, it had a layer of kind of a varnish that darkened the wood, the teak. So the ship was really of a dark color, and hence the name Kurofune in Japanese, because it was in fact very, very dark, the color.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. And it's really interesting to know, I mean, when you have an interaction between cultures, I mean, the various dimensions of it, and textiles has been one. So thank you very much for joining us. I think all of us found it most interesting. Thank you once again. And we now go on to the third speaker of this first session, and that is Abigail McBain, who is currently a lecturer in pre-modern Japanese studies in the Department of Asian Studies at the University of Edinburgh. She obtained her PhD from Columbia University, where she also taught in the Department of East Asian Languages and Culture. Her dissertation, Precepts and Performances, Overseas Monks and the Emergence of Cosmopolitan Japan, is about the relocations of several Buddhist monks from various parts of the Asian mainland to Japan in the mid-8th century. And the subject that she's going to speak about is South Asian faces and traces in 8th century Japan. I must say, for most of us who go to Japan, I think the association with Nara is very strong because of Bodhisena. I think it's the first, at least documented Indian that we know who was there, and the association then with the Taibutsu there, and the ceremony, the eye painting ceremony and so on. And from there really starts, as far as we know, the documented history between Japan and India. So we really look forward to hearing your talk. And at the end of it, I hope you will take a few questions also. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I check first that everybody can hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you. Yeah, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And thank you. Actually, the topic of my dissertation was also inspired by Bodhisena and just trying to figure out how did an Indian monk arrive in Japan in the 8th century. And so today I want to discuss a little bit more about what I have found out about the life of Bodhisena, but also about how his Indian origins and 8th century Japan's awareness of India, including the different geographical layouts of the 5 Indias, influenced his rise to prominence. And then in later medieval periods, especially from the 10th to the 14th centuries, how that Indian connection influenced later stories involving Bodhisena. So to cover some of the basics, I think that Bodhisena is generally known for 2 things. The first is that he is the first documented India to go to Japan. There are some other records of Indians washing ashore, but these are largely seen as being either, in some cases, they're later creations or just maybe a scribal error. So at the very least, he is the first one that we have documented evidence for going to Japan. And the eye-opening ceremony is, of course, what he is most known for. There is another notable accomplishment, which is that he became the Soljol, which is the superintendent for the Ministry for Monastic Affairs in the year 751. So this is the year before he conducted the eye-opening ceremony. What this means functionally is that he was the most prominent Buddhist monk in Japan. He was in charge of the ministry that oversaw the entire monastic population in Japan. Whether he really interacted with it administratively or not, I do not know, but at the very least, he was the face for the Ministry for Monastic Affairs. So I want to very briefly discuss my sources for talking about the historical background for Bodhisena. And I have a article mentioned at the very bottom of this slide here of Kojima Yasuko, which goes into more detail about not only these sources, but other sources that also talk about Bodhisena. So when we're looking at these 3 particular sources, it's interesting as well to note what each one discusses and what each one does not. No one source talks about all of these historical details with Bodhisena. From the Shoku Nihongi, which is of course the historical records of the court, we only look at Bodhisena insofar as he interacted with the court or with a ruler. With the Todaiji Yoroku, which are the temple records for Todaiji Temple, we particularly see him in relation to this eye-opening ceremony. In fact, the only mentions of Bodhisena actually painting in the eyes for the great Buddha come from the Todaiji Yoroku. And then finally, we have the I'm covering my own slide here, the Nantenjiku Baramon Sojo Hi Narabi Nijo, which from here on forward, I'm going to be mentioning just as the Sojo Hi. This is arguably the most influential source that we have for Bodhisena. This was written about 10 years after his death by his own disciple, who is a Chinese monk called Shurong. So we have a very close connection, both in terms of Bodhisena's timeline, as well as a close connection from the subject matter to the writer. And so I think that the content from the Soljohi is fairly reliable. And it is in the Soljohi that we see the family name, how Bodhisena came to go to Japan, also the episode of his meeting the Japanese monk Gyoki, which will be of great importance in later medieval stories, and then also a little bit of insight into some of his religious practices and his death in the year 760 and subsequent burial on Mount Tomi, which I will also talk about a little bit later. A fourth category of texts that I'm using are called satsuwa. These are medieval tales. They're a very, very loose category. They tend to be very short. Sometimes they're funny, or sometimes they are talking about miraculous events. A huge portion of these texts relate to Buddhist topics or individuals. And so that is the part, the category of the satsuwa that Bodhisattva stories falls into. And so when we're looking at those stories, there is a distinct change in how the relationship between Bodhisattva and Gyoki is portrayed, as well as the rationale for going first to China and then to Japan. So to roughly the rough overview of the historical events that we know of Gyoki, there are relatively few. From the Soljohi, we hear that he was born into the Bharadvaja family. In Japanese, this is called the Barachi clan. It also distinctly states that he was part of the Brahmin caste. And that Brahmin association is actually very important in Japan. In the historical records, he is continuously referred to as the Brahmin monk. The Brahmin monk Bodhi is a very, very common way to refer to him. And then in the Soljohi, of course, it also identifies him as coming from Nantenjiku, or southern India. What this actually means, where this actually is, that is a point of contention. I'll talk about in a few minutes. At some point, he became a monk. And at some point, he went to China. We do not know why. Around the year 733 or 734, he met a Japanese envoy to China, Tajihi no Hironari. He was the ambassador to Tang China at this time. And the Soljohi says that he was very impressed with Bodhisattva, and he invited him to go back with him. It's worth noting that Bodhisattva was one of multiple foreigners who returned with this Japanese embassy. Others include the Daoshuan, who was a precepts master, and also a monk that in Japanese is known as Butetsu. And the records state that Butetsu came from Southeast Asia, an area called Rinyu, that conforms today with northern Vietnam. There's a lot of uncertainty about Butetsu. So put into a Vietnamese sense, his name could be Phatriet. I've also seen his name described as Buddhastira from a more Indian context. And we also do not know exactly what his background was. One record says that he brought a Siddham primer with him, and so that he contributed to teaching Siddham and Sanskrit. Also, he is credited with introducing a number of dances and musical styles from northern Vietnam. But when we actually look at some of the kind of context of those musical pieces, some of which are still performed in Japan today, there's a suggestion that maybe there are Indian elements there. And of course, as was just being mentioned, we do have this very close connection between Southeast Asia and India. And so some of the ambiguity about Butetsu kind of can come from that. And so we don't necessarily know whether it's Southeast Asia or whether it's India, but that ambiguity also lends to the sense of the interactions happening at this time. So Bodhisattva arrived in the year 736. We don't know exactly when he arrived. That's something that the historical records are strangely vague on. There is a mention of a number of Chinese individuals arriving. So Daoshuan would be included in that group, and maybe even Butetsu. It also states that there was an Iranian who arrived. And so potentially the scribe could have made a mistake with Bodhisattva's origins, but then a few passages later, there's an Iranian identified by name. So it's very strange that Bodhisattva would be left out, especially because of how prominent this Brahmin connection and providing this direct link to the Buddhist homeworld was. So we do have a passage in 736. In fact, it's right after the description of a number of individuals from China arriving. And it states that Emperor Shomu gave Daoshuan and Bodhisattva seasonally appropriate robes. So we know that he arrived by this time. We just don't know which ship he necessarily arrived on or exactly which month he arrived in 736. This is also where he meets Gyoki, and I will talk about that episode a little bit later and how the Soljohi portrays it compared with how later Satsuwa changed some of the language. he becomes the superintendent in the year 751. The eye-opening ceremony happens in the year 752. We also see Bodhisena appearing in the historical record in the year 758 for Empress Koken's abdication. And his speech is still recorded in the Shokuni Hongi, although it is so full of references to Chinese and Japanese literature that I think that there's a reasonable expectation that his followers that may have also contributed to the construction of the speech. But at the very least, the record states that he gave this speech, and he helped to contribute to an honorific title that was given to the abdicated empress, that notably when she came back to power a few years later, she actually kept that part of her name and took that name as her reign name. And then the Sojohi states that in the year 760, he died. And at that time, his body was taken to Mount Tomi, where he was buried at Ryosenji, which I'll talk about a little bit more in a moment. These items, I think a lot of people who know about the eye-opening ceremony are very familiar with them, but for anybody who does not know, these come from the Shosoin Repository, which is a storehouse located immediately behind Todaiji Temple, which is where the Great Buddha is. And the Shosoin actually contains multiple items that were used for this eye-opening ceremony. It's really an extraordinary resource. And according to their records, this is the brush, and this is the cord that Bodhisena used to actually paint in the eyes of the Great Buddha. So in the Todaiji Yoroku's most notable record of the eye-opening ceremony, it states that Emperor Shomu, who was a retired emperor by that point, wanted to be the one to directly paint in the eyes and thereby kind of activate the Buddha. But he could not because of his ill health. And so he asked Bodhisena to do so in his stead. And then the record states that there was a long cord attached to the brush that all of the attendants, including the royal family, held on to. And in so doing, they were able to also contribute to the painting in of the eyes and therefore benefit from the merit developed from this extraordinary event. And then here we have the image of the kind of small stupa that's supposed to indicate where Bodhisena was buried. I believe he was cremated and then the ashes were put here. There is a very interesting story involving Bodhisena at Ryosenji. According to their foundation tales, Gyoki was given the task of building a temple on Mount Tomi, which is just outside the borders of Nara City. And on their way back from arriving at the port and going to the capital, they stopped off at this temple that was still under construction. And Bodhisena looked around and said, "Oh gosh, this reminds me so much of Vulture Peak." And so that he supposedly requested the emperor name the temple of the Holy Mountain, which is the Japanese term for Vulture Peak. And I'm going to be mentioning this connection between Bodhisena, Vulture Peak, and also the Lotus Sutra continually throughout the legacy aspect of Bodhisena. So there's some things that the historical records do not tell us, and these have led to a number of just questions on one hand and also just unclear information. One of the biggest ones is just, what do we mean by Southern India or Nantenjiku? So one theory is that this means the southern part of modern day India. So I've seen a number of secondary sources say that he came from the Madurai area. The other theory is that no, Southern Tenjiku actually just means the entirety of India. And this is because the geographical understanding at this time of Asia outside of East Asia basically is that there were 5 Indias. You have a northern, southern India, and the southern India is basically from the Himalayas down. And so from that understanding, southern India could be anywhere. And this is the understanding that was used by the Setsuwa writers in the medieval period. And so instead of looking to the southern part of the continent, they actually looked to the northern part and to the part that the historical Buddha was from. And so the hometown that is credited to Bodhisena, not in the historical documents, not from the Sojohi, but rather from the Setsuwa, is Kapilavastu, and in particular the area around Vulture Peak. Another topic that's not covered is why and how he went to China. Did he go through Southeast Asia? Did he go over the Himalayas? It's not clear how he went there or why he went there. This is another area that the Setsuwa actually chose to explain. Why did he go to Japan? The historical records don't tell us that. They tell us that he was invited, but it's a rather large undertaking to move to another country for the rest of your life. So we don't know why he chose to do this. But again, the Setsuwa provide that explanation for us. And then finally, exactly when he arrived. This is not directly addressed in any of the records, but we do again have the episode of his arrival at the port of Naniwa and his encounter with Gyoki being very, very much emphasized in the Setsuwa. So I do want to talk a little bit about that Bodhisena, even though he provided the first direct connection that Japan had to India. In fact, no Japanese individuals went to India until the 16th century. But there was still certainly an awareness of India, both through Buddhist sources, but also through more cultural forms. These two masks come from a form of drama called Gigaku, and the subject matter of the Gigaku masks tend to be very much connected to Central Asia and South Asia. So these two masks, one from the 7th century, one from the 8th century, are supposed to represent Brahmin characters in this Gigaku drama. So that means that by the time that Bodhisena arrived, there was already a perception of what a Brahmin was supposed to look like. And that might be part of the reason why this Brahmin connection was so emphasized in the historical records. Now going into what some of the themes that the Setsuwa address. So why he went to China. Again, we do not know why he went to China, but the Setsuwa have provided an actually fairly reasonable explanation for this. And this is building upon a common understanding that was already in place by Bodhisena's time, that the Bodhisattva Manjushri lived on Mount Wutai in China. The reason for this was that his Pure Land of the Snow Mountain was associated with Mount Wutai. And so the Japanese scholar monk Enin, in his travel diary, actually talks about meeting Indian monks on Mount Wutai. And there's a very famous story of an Indian monk called Buddhapalita from the 7th century, that he went to Mount Wutai and he met the Bodhisattva Manjushri, who was disguised as an old man. And that's what's depicted here in this image. So that Buddhapalita story was basically just adopted and put into the Bodhisattva narrative. However, there was a slight but important change. In the Bodhisattva narrative, in the majority of the Setsuwas that include this, Bodhisena goes to Mount Wutai, encounters an old man, but the old man does not transform into Manjushri. Instead, he says, Manjushri is not here anymore. Manjushri has gone to Japan. And so in this narrative, we have both the explanation for why Bodhisena went to India, and given the historical context, that might actually be true. He could have been going to Mount Wutai to look for Manjushri. But it also provides insight into, it kind of foreshadows the meeting with Gyoki, but also corresponds with a common trend happening in medieval Japan, where elements from the Buddhist homeworld in India were shifting towards Japan. And Japan was being emphasized more, not as a peripheral country, but as a Buddhist center. And there are even descriptions of mountains just up and flying over and setting themselves down in Japan. So the idea of Manjushri leaving China and going to Japan is very consistent with other Buddhist texts that we have at this time. So looking now to this encounter with Gyoki, in the Sojohi, which again is the biography written by Bodhisena's disciple 10 years after his death, in this account, Bodhisena does not say anything, but it's only Gyoki who speaks. And what he says is, he refers to a passage in the Lotus Sutra where the Buddha states that the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara will appear in the form of a Brahmin if anybody needs to see him as a Brahmin in order to be saved. This is just hidden in the midst of a longer text of all the different forms that Avalokiteshvara could take. But this is the point that is emphasized in the Sojohi. And so in saying this, Gyoki, well, at least Shurong, through Gyoki's voice, is saying that Bodhisattva's arrival is the culmination of this vow. And he's also suggesting potentially that Bodhisattva could actually be Avalokiteshvara in human form. And like I mentioned, we have already seen connections with the Lotus Sutra, with the location where the Lotus Sutra was preached, which was Vulture Peak, and with Bodhisattva already. We saw this with Yorol Senji Temple in particular. Now, by the medieval period, this narrative has changed quite a lot. And it's actually been very consistent throughout the different Setsuwa, that they largely are using the same language. In this case, we have a two-part waka exchange between Bodhisattva and Gyoki. And Gyoki starts off and states that we are meeting each other after a long, long time. And this is a result of the vows that we exchanged on Vulture Peak in front of Shakyamuni. So now it's not just a matter of Bodhisattva coming from India. Gyoki is stating, oh, we met each other. We knew each other in another life on Vulture Peak. We were there at the time that the Buddha was preaching, including texts such as the Lotus Sutra. And then in response, Bodhisattva says, yes, this is a result, our meeting is a result of those vows that we exchanged in Kapilavastu. Manjushri, I behold your face again. What this means is that he is saying that the Manjushri that he has been looking for in China not only is in Japan, but is actually Gyoki. And then several of the Setsuwa finish off with saying that the people all around were now able to understand that actually Gyoki was truly Manjushri in human form.
Professor?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, just wind down. I think we have another speaker. Thank you.
Yes, I'm so sorry. I'll finish right up. So this is just very briefly a chart of the different Setsuwa and compared with the Sojoki, and you can see the different themes here. But ultimately, when we're looking at Bodhisattva's life and activities, we see some element of Indian influence that could explain how he rose to this very high point, especially the theme of him being a Brahmin. But it's really after his death that we see this theme of the hidden nature and being able to unveil that hidden nature of Manjushri in Japan. So thank you very much. I'm sorry I went over.
Thank you very much. No, that was really fascinating. I know questions have been raised about how he went, whether he went directly via that is via China, but a lot of Indian monks at that point of time, Buddhist monks were traveling to China. So was it via China? Was it via Southeast Asia? And this fact of him being a Brahmin, I think even today, perhaps in Thailand, in some countries, they do have, Indian Brahmin priests who are very much part of the Buddhist tradition. So I think it might have been a continuation of that. I think we're really very, close to, we're really not quite keeping to time. So I'm going to ask for one question, and then we must invite Professor Gillespie, who's really up here, up at some unearthly hour, I think, because he's in the US. Any question? I think not, and that's not because they're not interested, but I think, Bodhisattva really is, as I said, the most tangible connect that we all have with Nara. And I was wanting to ask myself about this Kokufuji temple, and there you have Vasubandhu, these statues, which of course supposed to have been from the 4th and 5th century, but did they really go or didn't they go? There's a lot of questions between, there's no documented evidence. But thank you very much. It was very, very interesting. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Another round of applause, please. Professor Gillespie, sorry for keeping you waiting. Thank you for being there for us. And I believe that you're talking in the US, so you really had to be awake for much longer than really we would have liked you to be. But we are very, very keen to hear about Okakura Tenshin and India, because I think this is really another connect in modern times that almost every Indian who's interested in Japan knows his connection with Vivekananda and with Tagore and with Shantiniketan. So just a little bit about Professor Gillespie, who is a PhD in comparative literature and culture from the Indiana University. He's the president of Gillespie Global Group. an intercultural research consulting and training company in New York City. His major publications include alternative Japanese drama, 10 plays with Robert Rolfe, 1992, and a bilingual handbook on Japanese culture with Sugiura Yoichi. In 2004, he has also edited the modern Japanese theater section in the Encyclopedia of Asian Theater, 2006. Over to you, Mr. Gillespie.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear.
Very clearly.
I want to thank the first three presentations, which are absolutely fascinating. And you're absolutely correct. It's in New York. I've been speaking to you from New York City, 2:45 a.m. But it's still quite vigorous, and it's rather cold outside, so this is okay. I don't have any photos on the slides I sent. It's just words. So I don't know if I think you may have passed it on to everybody there already. So I'm not going to try to put it on the screen. So my topic, Okakura Tenshin and India, mutual influences, I think fits right into what we've been discussing. And Okakura was already a known quantity toward the end of the 19th century, probably more well known in global circles in which he was known than even Tagore was in his circles. But nevertheless, at the end of the 19th century, what you have is at least two Asians, who were budding superstars, almost received like the rock stars are today, with thousands of people thronging to try to hear them. They had lectured all over the world, and they finally met in 1902. And I think it's probably interesting. I'll very briefly try to outline how did that happen? Why did that happen? And Okakura, who had been all over China and Japan and Europe and the United States, had not been to India yet. And so he finally did go to India. And the reason it happened was that he had one of his lectures in 1895-96 in Tokyo was heard by a wealthy American woman named Josephine McLeod. And Josephine McLeod was a wealthy person who had been a follower of Ramakrishna Vivekananda, a Swami in Bengal, and she had already met Tagore. And she was so taken with Tenshin, and by the way, Tenshin, nobody in Japan calls him Okakura Kakuzo. Everybody refers to him as Tenshin. And that's why I'm using that version of his name here. He got that name because some of his students, and they became famous themselves, Yokoyama Taikan may be the most famous of them, as students under the kind of a guru, and in which they looked at Tenshin as that kind of person. They called him Tenshin with the characters for heaven and heart, Tenshin. And that name stuck. Of course, those familiar with Japan know that many Japanese who get famous change the reading of their given name or take a different name, and they become known in public thereafter by that name. And that's what happened to Tenshin. So before he met Josephine McLeod, he had learned English. And in his day, he was very, very rare. In fact, even in today's Japan, he's very, very rare. Without leaving Japan, he learned English to the extent of a native speaker of English. His father was rather shrewd in business and lived in Yokohama. And in those days, middle of the 19th century, the place was teeming with foreigners. And his father realized that if you're going to get anywhere in the world, you had to know English. So from about the age of 9, Tenshin was learning English. And almost to the detriment of his Japanese. And many of the Japanese observers who studied him, including one of his biographers, said he knew English better than Japanese. And if you look at his writings, all of them are in English. And some of them were never even put into Japanese until after Tenshin had died. So he had a reputation, and I think of all of his he was very charming in lecturing. He was very, very smart. He got into Tokyo University at 15, age of 15. But his ability in English is probably the key reason why he had so many important contacts with wealthy people in the US and in Europe. And it's what got him into China and ultimately to India. What kind of a world did he grow up in? This is important in the background based on some of the things he came up with in his own sort of philosophy of his life. But he and Tagore had in common that Asians were looked at as inherently inferior by most of the so-called white world in those days, so North America and Western Europe. And at that time, after Japan had been opened up from 2.5 centuries or so of isolation, the attitude that Westerners had toward Japan, not just Japan, but China, and the kinds of things they could buy from Asia and so on, the bric-a-brac and so on, they might have been fine, but they were looked at as kind of, not that important. And those cultures were, of course, inferior to Western cultures. And so as many Western countries began to visit East Asia and South Asia, they pretty soon began to kind of colonize places. And as everybody knows, India was already a colony of Great Britain, and all the Western countries, even tiny ones, were in China carving it up, saying, "This is my sphere of influence. You stay out." And so gradually, after the opening of Japan, many of the Western countries, certainly the United States and Europe, were involved in this, were kind of foisting on Japan these treaties that were inherently unequal. They're just simply unequal. They were for the good of these other countries and not for Japan. And there's so many examples. I'm not going to go into them, but many of you already are fully aware of that fact anyway. So this is an important fact in the context in which these two famous Asians grew up and came of age. Things began to change toward the end of the 19th century for two reasons. One is because many of the people who appraised art began to realize, what these folks are making in Japan and in China and in India are really good. And they stand comparison with our best. Now, that wasn't an overwhelming wave at the time, but it became gradually something that many people in the West began to realize. These countries make just as good stuff in art as we do, and maybe even better. And the other reason is because of battlefield conquests. And Japan won two major northern skirmishes at the end of the 19th, beginning of the 20th century. They were both fought over the control of the Korean Peninsula. The first, the Sino-Japanese War, 1894 and 5. Japan won it. And the second one, again, over Korea, was the Russo-Japanese War, 1904 and 5, and Japan won that one. So this was a bit of an eye-opener. And Japan made a serious statement about, who they were and who they wanted to be. But many Western countries, even after these victories, still regarded East Asian countries, especially Japan, as something like a kind of an unruly newcomer. Hadn't learned its position in the world where it should be. On the so-called totem pole. And so I think Tagore and Tenshin both chafed at this absolutely openly biased and unequal kind of treatment that they had. And it led to how they looked at life and how they dealt with life. And how they dealt with life was very, very different. By the way, I should add at this point that Kakuzo, his father was a businessman, and Kakuzo means something like the corner warehouse. And by the time he got into college at the University of Tokyo, he began to feel that was really a mundane name. So he changed the kanji with the same pronunciation, Kakuzo, I mean, kind of the awakened one, or in today's parlance, woke, And so he still was called Kakuzo, but he changed the kanji for his name to apparently get better acceptance, I think. And he graduated from Tokyo University. He wasn't even 20 years old yet, and he immediately started working in arts administration in the Japanese government. He had several positions. He was the head of the Tokyo Bijutsu Gakko, the Tokyo School of Fine Arts. 1990, he was there for about 8 years. Then the Imperial Household Museum, 1892, was the forerunner of Tokyo National Museum. He was the head of that. But he was forced to resign, or he himself resigned from all of those positions, and there were a few others. Partly because he was a lackluster administrator. I think he was too smart, and he didn't have the patience to put up with people who couldn't follow him. So he also had an unfortunate, for his career anyway, a sexual liaison with the wife of the Japanese ambassador, Baron Kuki, was his name. And Kuki, his wife, was a former geisha who just couldn't adjust to the life in Washington. And so Kuki knew Tenshin quite well and asked Tenshin on one of his trips back to Japan to take his wife back to Japan. And of course, these trips took several weeks, and he had a torrid affair with this woman. And when she got back, she had a baby. And there's still an argument today about whether that was his baby or the ambassador's baby. And but that son turned out to be an extremely famous philosopher, and many of us in Japanese studies have read him. His name was Kuki Shuzo, and he wrote Iki no Kozo, which is a word that means something like, cool or chic or something. And it's just an important concept in the Japanese aesthetics and philosophy. So that affair in Japan was completely open to everybody knew what was going on. And so he was kind of becoming persona non grata in certain circles. And so he jumped at the chance when Josephine MacLeod invited him and engineered his trip to India in 1901. And he finally got to India in early January 1902. And this is, and the very day he arrived, she introduced him to Vivekananda and to Tagore. And Tagore even invited Tenshin to live in his home for the duration of his stay there. And this was a comfortable thing for Tenshin, and he wrote his first book there. He drafted it, and this is Ideals of the East. All of these books are in print. You can get them if you are interested. He's a fairly good writer, and in Tagore's home, he met a couple of people who were pretty instrumental in the rest of his stay in India. One was a woman, an American woman named Margaret Elizabeth Noble, who was known as Sister Nivedita and Nivedita. And she had been she was an Irish, she was an ardent nationalist from Ireland, and totally opposed to the Brits. And she joined the Swadeshi movement, which was really brewing at that time for the independence of Bengal. and she wanted to get the Brits out of India and everything. And she was like a completely ideal Hindu woman. And Tenshin called her his vision of the Hindu woman incarnate, kind of the mother of all people, the mother of India. And I think Tenshin was pretty partial in the Japanese amae sense of having a parent fawn on him. And he never had a mother who did that. And so his mother had died when he was just a youngster. And he fell in love in a way with women who were motherly. And so Nivedita was one such woman. And of course, her native language was English. And she edited everything he wrote in English while they knew each other. And she edited his book, The Ideals of the East, and wrote the introduction to it. And so without her, I'm not sure he would have had such a successful stay in India. And the other person he met there beyond Tagore was a Tagore nephew, Surendanath. He was about 10 years younger than Tenshin, and they got along well. They exchanged ideas. They talked every day. They traveled together and went to see art in India. And these were two of his very most important relationships while he was there. And I should just mention briefly the other people while he met, who were the so-called Boston Brahmins. There were three others. One was John Lafarge, a painter, who at first was very skeptical about Japanese art. He wondered aloud. He wrote an essay in 1869 saying something about, do the Japanese even have an ideal? And but he gradually changed his mind because he was living in Newport, Rhode Island, and this was a bevy of stuff from Japan coming in through that point. Even Commodore Matthew C. Perry and his family lived in Newport, Rhode Island, and so he got a real dose of Japanese art, and it infused his own painting career and gave it new life. And he told Isabella Stewart Gardner, another super wealthy, perhaps the wealthiest of all of the Boston Brahmins, who really admired Tenshin. Lafarge told her, he said, Tenshin was the most intelligent critic of art, and I might also say of everything that I know of. A pretty blanket piece of praise, I think. But and also William Sturgis Bigelow, who knew of Tenshin's problems in Japan, can't hold a job and so on, and that he financed various trips for Tenshin and introduced him around and got him into the Boston Museum of Fine Arts, and eventually helped him get the position of director of the Department of Chinese and Japanese Art. And many of the recommendations that Tenshin made for purchase of art objects from Asia, William Bigelow bought. So this is what happened, sort of how he got to India and what he made of his career there. Now, he did meet one other person, and I mention this because it was a real love affair. He met a woman named Priyambara Devi Banerjee, who was 9 years younger than he was. And she was a distant cousin of Tagore and was around the house a lot, and they struck up a friendship. I think she happened to be quite attractive. Tenshin was just attracted to her like he was to a lot of women. But in her case, they exchanged a lot of letters, and the letters were all in an exhibition, which I happened to see in Tokyo in about 2006 or 7 or somewhere in there, at a museum, a small museum And I lingered over every letter that she wrote him and he wrote her. They were all there. They're all in print, and they're all part of the work of Tenshin's collected works in English, all available. But he used phrases like, for in letters to her, like a longing for the jade flower, the ambrosia of the Taoists. And she used phrases to him like the beauty of longing and unsatisfied longing and the heart longing for the intimate sky and so on. There is a controversy, is still unknown exactly, whether they ever consummated their love affair. But I hardly think it matters. If you read these letters, you get lost in them. They're just fascinating. Now, what about their ideas? And that's the last thing here, and I'll close with just a few of these things. There's two or three big ideas. One of them is Asia is one, which is the first sentence of the book Ideals of the East. Now, you know, what does that mean? You know, Asia is one. Most Asians don't consider themselves Asian in the first place anyway. Certainly Tagore didn't. And Tagore actually credits one of the things he got from an influence from Tenshin was the idea of Asia, of what it was. And Tenshin was really had the chip on his shoulder of those unequal treaties and how the West had been so biased so long against the East. And he said Asia is one because he wanted it to tie up the fact that in his view, while Western art was at a low ebb, and while Western countries had really very little in common with each other, they're also individualistic and vying for prominence with each other and so on, and going to war and this and that, that Asia, despite all of its huge areas and vastly different cultures and languages, he found that far more harmonious than the West. And that's what he meant by Asia is one. And so the rest of the book is a little bit of a kind of his attempt to prove his theory that Asia is more homogeneous than Europe. And what's interesting to me is that he's wrote this stuff in English, and he used very ironclad sort of American style, British style logic to get his point across. And maybe that's one reason why these works took a long time before they were ever translated into Japanese. And it was kind of a Hegelian logic where the respect for art was such that that the Asians had for each other, that you have a kind of reverse Hegelian argument. And I'll just oversimplify it greatly by saying, on the one hand, you had, let's say, India, and on the other hand, so that would be the thesis, and the antithesis would be China, and the synthesis was Japan. Now, right off the bat, immediately, some people might not take umbrage with that, but you have to sort of read between the lines in Ideals of the East to find out what Tenshin actually meant. What he meant by that was, yeah, Asia's more harmonious, but among all these equals in Asia, Japan was the top. And he felt that all the strains of European art and whatever you might find in Western art, you can find through its development in Japan and India, in China and India, and then it comes to fruition in Japan. And that Japan then becomes the prominent sort of number one, the first among equals in Asia. And part of what he was trying to do here, and here's another thing he took from Tagore and from Vivekananda, and that's the concept of Advaitism. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that word correctly, but Advaita is a concept of non-dualism. So these things were not so different in Asia in this non-dualistic argument that they actually can come together and meld and have some kind of harmony. And this was his theory, and much of what he did after Ideals of the East was meant to shore up that notion. And and one of his other concepts is what's Japan? And Japan he looks at as an art object. In effect, he has a political point here, and an Italian scholar, Michele Mara, says art exists for Tenshin as a discursive, and its true nature is political. And it's hard to avoid that conclusion when you're looking at Tenshin's writings. He says Japan is a museum of Asiatic civilization. Its singular genius leads it to dwell on all phases of the ideals of the past and to bring them together in living Advaitism. So this is a bit of a stretch here. I think people who read Tenshin will marvel at his turn of phrase. But when you figure out what he's saying, you might not want to at least 100% agree with it. And he said this kind of thing of the old traditions that Japan maintains, he used the word, I think, tenacity, the tenacity that keeps Japan true to its Asiatic soul, even while it raises her to the rank of a modern power. He said it's like we still hold to the Shintoism with the ancestor worship and so on. And he was not wanting to sweep away everything in favor of something modern. He thought, yeah, we can absorb something modern, but let's add it bit by bit to what we already have. And we can't see something can't stay the same forever. So things will change. It's a modern world, so let's change. And he was really put out with Tagore, in that Tagore had no notion of wanting to modernize at all in terms of using the new manufactured products and so on like that. And they didn't have a falling out over it. They just had a real difference of opinion on that. And the third thing, and I think this is, no, I see what time it is. It's 1:41 in your city, New Delhi. He was nationalism. And this nationalistic view of Tenshin, he really put together in almost a bit of a screed called The Awakening of Japan. And now this was never translated until 1939, so long after, or 38, about 25 years after Tenshin had died. And one of the reasons is it was so livid, it was so angry at the world in a way that he said that he was justifying Japan's going and taking over Korea. And then when Tenshin and Tagore talked about this, Tagore eschewed nationalism of any kind. We cannot have nationalism. Maybe if Tagore was a nationalist of any kind, he was a Bengali nationalist, and with the Swadeshi movement, which was, a movement for the freedom and liberty of Bengal. And but he eschewed nationalism of other countries being nationalist, and even Nivedita, who had edited Ideals of the East, had a falling out. It was such a disagreement with Tenshin that they had a falling out, and they split. And that's one reason why people think that the English for The Awakening of Japan is just a little, I don't know, it's off. It's not. It doesn't look as if she edited it, and I think she refused. There's no hard evidence about that, but I think she refused about that because she was an ardent Irish nationalist. She didn't think that what Tenshin wanted in Korea, and then the taking of Manchuria in the 30s. So I'll tell you this fact. Tagore went to Japan the first time in 1916, and he was on his way to the US for medical treatment of some kind. And he was so famous in Japan by then, in part because of Tenshin, living in his home and so on, that something of 50,000 people, I think, I can't remember the exact number, of some 50,000 people came to Tokyo Station to greet him when he arrived there. But he gave a famous speech in Japan, which a lot of people got in to hear, and one of their big auditoriums back then. And he spoke adamantly against nationalism. And he never once mentioned the name of Tenshin. Some people have figured out maybe he meant that Tenshin, but he never mentioned his name. He was too, I don't know, nice a man or something. He didn't want any kind of argument. He always referred to Tenshin as his good friend or my intimate friend. And then he came back to Japan in 1917 on his way back to India. Only 2 people came to greet him, because speech against nationalism so turned off the Japanese that he became almost persona non grata in Japan just within a few months' time. This is see if I got another special note here to you. Well, in terms of his best work is Book of Tea. And when he went to the Book of Tea, he began to modulate his sharp edges of his ardent nationalism. And I just want to read 2 brief passages of Tea. They're very short. Unfortunately, he writes, the Western attitude is unfavorable to the understanding of the East. The Christian missionary goes to impart, but not to receive. Your information is based on the meager translations of our immense literature, if not on the unreliable anecdotes of passing travelers. And he follows that up with, what dire consequences to humanity lie in the contemptuous ignoring of Eastern problems? European imperialism, which does not disdain to raise the absurd cry of the yellow peril, fails to realize that Asia may also awaken to the cruel sense of the white disaster. Pretty telling words there. And then, but you can really see the nature of the Book of Tea is far more gentle when he says, is the first one.
I think we have to, I think there are a few people waiting for lunch here because it's almost lunch.
I know. You put it, and I'm waiting to go to sleep too, but I understand. This is the last thing. He said this, Teaism is a cult founded on the adoration of the beautiful among the sordid facts of everyday existence. It inculcates purity and harmony, the mystery of mutual charity, the romanticism of the social order. It is essentially a worship of the imperfect, as it is a tender attempt to accomplish something possible in this impossible thing we know as life. So he had his soft side, and he and Tagore bemoaned in common the fact that Western education simply took the spirit, the spiritual, the emotion out of their teaching, whereas in their teachings in India and in Japan, it was still there and very important, that kind of thing. And if those of, I mentioned, I think 4 books for further reading. I don't know if you can see this. This will come out on your screen.
Not
this is the
really, no, I think we'd read it out, read the names out. I think we can't see it very clearly.
This book is by a citizen of India, Rustam Bharucha, and he's not a Japan scholar, but I found his book fascinating and extremely well researched. It's called Another Asia, Rabindranath Tagore and Okakura Tenshin. There's a lot more in there than I've been able to present, and I'm sorry about the hodgepodge of the presentation, but if there are any questions, I'm happy to field them.
No, it was absolutely a fascinating presentation. Thank you so much, Mr. Gillespie. I mean, you know, I think he was an extraordinary personality, as was Tagore. And they were also products of their times. But, you know, when you spoke about Asia and one, you know, one just realized that this kind of, you know, the pan-Asianism that followed in Japan, and that was in that, you know, that period just before the Second World War. So you can see the emotions that were building up and the sentiments that were building up in span, I think he reflected that.
Yeah.
Any questions? Any questions among the audience? Yes. So thank you so much, because we have another session in the afternoon, but it's been really quite fascinating. And I think the books that you mentioned, certainly there'll be a lot of people here who'd be interested to look at those books. So thank you again. Thank you for staying awake, for your patience, and really wonderful presentation. Thank you to all the speakers this morning. Thank you very, very much. We really enjoyed the session.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the chair, Ambassador Deepa Vadva ma'am. Thank you all the speakers, Professor Gillespie for staying up so late. And thank you, everybody present. Please join us for lunch. And we gather back here in this room in an hour for our second session. And thank you, everyone. Thank you, speakers, once again. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you all enjoyed your lunch, and I hope we have our virtual participants back again. I request the presenters for session 2 to kindly switch on their cameras so that we can have them on screen. I would also like to introduce our chair for this session, Professor A. Damodran from the Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. And I request him to begin our session titled Multispectral Linkages. So over to you.
Thank you. Since we are running out of time, and some of us don't believe in rebirth, let me start off right away. I will invite Dr. Max Bowman. He's with the Department of Asian and Middle Eastern Cultures, Barnard College, Columbia. Very odd time for you, Professor, to be coming. Max Bowman's interests in Japan are well known. He's the author of Localizing Paradise, and that is about Kumano pilgrimage and the religious landscape of pre-modern Japan, which came out in 2004, and the Japanese Buddhist World Map, Religious Vision and Cartographic Imagination, again, which is a very recent book, which is 2022. So right now, he's here to speak about representing India in the Edo print culture. And it is a historical approach. And over to you, Dr. Bowman.
Thank you. Let me just share my screen. And here we go. There, can you see my slide?
Yes, yes.
Very good. Let me just turn up my volume and I will begin. Thank you very much. India, for Japanese Buddhists throughout the centuries, represented an obscure object of religious desire, a land of origins from which they felt hopelessly removed. Buddhist India, known as Tenjiku in Japanese, or more specifically as Go-Tenjiku, the 5 regions of Tenjiku, was not the India of modern geography. Its borders more fluid and undefined, Tenjiku represented a distant realm beyond the Chinese cultural sphere and the sacred site of the Buddhist past. In the medieval period, the image of India was preserved in the textual and visual representations of the pilgrimage of Xuanzang, the famous Chinese monk whose description of Buddhist India filled the pages of his Great Tong record of the Western regions. In the Edo period, new forms of printed matter, maps, encyclopedias, and popular fiction radically transformed Japan's classical image of Buddhist India and the place of India and Japan in the Buddhist world. My talk today considers the image of India in Japan before and after the age of print culture to trace both the transformations and endurance of India in the Japanese Buddhist imagination. The earliest Japanese map of the world, painted in 1364 by the monk Genshubo Jukai, is informed entirely by Xuanzang's 7th century account. Jukai's painting, referred to in temple inventories as a map of Tenjiku, charts the path of Xuanzang's journey, quotes extensively from his narrative, and traces his route with a red line that winds throughout the western regions and Tenjiku. In Jukai's map of Tenjiku, as in Xuanzang's record, the Buddhist world is contained within an ovoid continent known in Sanskrit as Jambudvipa and in Japanese as Nansen Bushu, as it is titled here on the right-hand side of the map. Located in the outermost of the 7 seas surrounding Mount Sumeru, the cosmic mountain at the center of the Buddhist universe. In both map and text, Lake Anavatapta marks the center of the Buddhist world, from which 4 great rivers flow from 4 animal heads on each of the lake's 4 sides: a silver ox to the east, a lapis lazuli horse to the west, a golden elephant to the south, and a crystal lion to the north. This distinctive and mythic landmark, inscribed at the center of the map of Tenjiku, would continue to distinguish Japanese Buddhist maps of the world for the next 500 years. Jukai's 14th century map of Tenjiku continued to be reproduced in manuscript copies made by Buddhist monks well into the 19th century. The 13 extant later versions, produced and preserved in temples, suggest the map's context of ritual production. One such copy, this one here, bears the following inscription in the right-hand margin. Quote, "I have made this copy feeling as if I were traveling to Tenjiku." The effective quality of the act of transcription suggests that for this monastic copyist, the map of Tenjiku was both a devotional object and a ritual means of reenacting by quite literally retracing Xuanzang's pilgrimage. In the Edo period, however, Japan's great age of print culture, the manuscript map of Xuanzang's India left the cloistered realm of the temple archive to enter what Beth Berry has called the Library of Public Information. In the year 1710, the Kegon monk Hotan produced a Japanese Buddhist map of the world as a large format woodblock print entitled The Handy Map of the Myriad Countries of Jambudvipa, Nansen Bushu Bankoku Shoka no Zu. This publication signaled a public assertion of Buddhist views of the world and of the relationship between India and Japan, which would reverberate for the next 2 centuries. Although his printed map is clearly based on the earlier manuscript maps of the 5 regions of Tenjiku, Hotan is critical of the manuscript tradition. He declares in his preface, quote, "Many errors are to be found on maps of the 5 regions of Tenjiku." He continues, "In the past, maps of the 5 regions of Tenjiku have been venerated in famous temples throughout Japan. I have examined these maps, but I have found the place names of China and India in disarray and the boundaries of the 5 regions of Tenjiku obscured. This world reaches beyond the distances traveled by the wise men of the past. Not even the famous Buddhist monks Fashan and Xuanzang, who risked their lives traveling to Tenjiku and other distant lands in search of the Tripitaka, tell of it all. Although they describe the 5 regions of Tenjiku, the realms of the barbarian tribes, the Pamir Mountains, and the land of snows, they knew nothing of the foreign lands overseas. They did not even visit Korea, Japan, the Ryukyus, Siam, or Java, countries as minor as scattered millet seeds. Yet in spite of Hotan's critique, his map remains deeply indebted to the earlier manuscript tradition. It maintains the nuclear form of Lake Anavatapta and the four great rivers that flow from the mouths of the four mythic beasts. India and Central Asia are still at the center of the world. And the place names follow Xuanzang's record of the Western regions, with every kingdom listed and the size of each given exactly as they appear in Xuanzang's 7th century text. Although Hotan drew from numerous contemporary cartographic sources, he nevertheless opts to preserve a geography that was in his day already more than 1,000 years old. Hotan's immediate source for the geography of China was Wang Jianfu's general map of the Ming, published in China in 1663 and in Japan sometime before 1706, a map which was itself informed by the Jesuit cartography of Matteo Ricci and Giulio Aleni. Wang's map is the source for another landform filling the upper right corner of the map, which remains unnamed in Hotan's map, but corresponds in topography and location to the North American continent in the general map of the Ming. South America appears as well. With the same Chinese characters used in Matteo Ricci's world map as a small group of islands south of Japan. As with the Americas, Hotan seems to have simultaneously included and marginalized Europe. Based on the simplified versions of Ricci's cartography published in Japan in the 17th century under the general title of Bankokuzu. Europe appears as an archipelago of islands labeled Holland, France, England, Iceland, Norway, Sweden, Greenland, Friesland, Denmark, Moscovia, Poland, Hungary, Turkey, Albania, Italy, and Greece. Northeast of Europe is the land of long hairs and dwarves, and further west still, at the very edge of Europe, Siberia. Hotan's cartography has thus reduced Europe to a cluster of small islands in the northwest margins. South America is likewise demoted to the status of a minor archipelago, and North America remains wholly unknown and unnamed, pushed beyond the map's northeastern boundaries. These are significant choices for Hotan to have made. At the beginning of the 18th century, Europe and its imperial outposts played an increasingly visible role in Japanese diplomacy and trade, and in Japanese intellectual and popular culture as well. By the year 1700, a range of reproductions made available the world maps of Ortelius, Plancius, Vandenkier, Ricci, Verbiest, Blau, and others. Yet in spite of this body of geographic data, Hotan gives no prominence either to the New World or the Old World of European cartography. His Indocentrism relegates Europe and the Americas to a status marginal at best. Just as a unitary historicist narrative would presume a turn toward Western models, Hotan's Buddhist cartography provincializes Europe and the Americas. Hotan's map was also reproduced in numerous reduced format editions. This one, about 1/4 the size of Hotan's original, entitled Map of All the Countries in Jambudvipa, was issued in 1744 by the publisher Honya Hikoemon. Yet in the very same year, the very same publisher issued another world map entitled simply Bankokuzu, Map of the Myriad Lands, the title that went to the the world maps based on those of Matteo Ricci. And while it initially seems to be little more than another popular edition of Ricci's world map, it is no mere derivative. The map preserves the American, African, Antarctic continents of Ricci's cartography, but the Eurasian continent is that of Hotan, with cartouches for Tenjiku and each of its 5 regions noted, and with Lake Anavatapta at the center and the 4 great rivers spiraling around it. Hotan's map inspired numerous other popular editions, all of which prioritized a classical Buddhist worldview. The textual inserts of all of these reduced format editions of Hotan's map begin with the following description of the world. Quote, Jambudvipa is located south of Mount Sumeru and is composed of 16 great countries, 500 middle-sized countries, 10,000 small countries, and countless remote countries scattered like millet grains. The classical Buddhist view of the world remained, therefore, not merely viable within the marketplace of Edo print culture, but prominent and popular as well. Yet Hotan's map reached an even more readers through its reproduction in printed reference books, such as Terajima Ryoan's Wakan Sansaizue, Japanese-Chinese collected illustrations of the 3 realms, perhaps the most popular encyclopedia of the Edo period, which reproduced the central section of Hotan's map, retitled Map of the Western Regions and the 5 regions of Tenjiku. From Muscovia in the northwest to Mount Lanka in the southeast, Terajima's map of Asia relies entirely on Hotan. The divisions of the 5 regions of Tenjiku, the names and size of its many kingdoms, and the 4 great rivers spiraling from its center all derive from the classical account of Xuanzang's pilgrimage as depicted in Hotan's map. Like Honya Hikoemon's map of 1744, Terajima offered his readers a cartographic pluralism. He reproduced the same simplified edition of Ricci's world map that was included in the Chinese source for his encyclopedia, Wang Qi's Sansai Duhui, published a century earlier. Yet the Christian world of Ricci and the Buddhist world of Hotan coexist within the pages of Terajima's vast and inclusive compendia. Terajima's entry for Tenjiku is similarly inclusive. It begins with a quote from Xuanzang, quote, according to the record of Western regions, the great snow mountains lie at the center of the southern continent. China lies to the east, Tenjiku to the south, Persia to the west, and the barbarian realm to the north. Tenjiku is comprised of 5 regions, east, west, north, south, and central, end quote. Terajima, however, then quotes extensively and without attribution from a recent Japanese source that deeply informed the popular image of Tenjiku in the late Edo imagination. The castaway narrative of Tokubei Tenjiku, a maritime merchant whose ship drifted to Tenjiku in 1627 and who returned to tell of the many wonders of that distant land. The earliest account of Tokubei's adventures, a Tokubei Tenjiku Monogatari, appeared in 1707 and was followed by some 45 different versions, including numerous dramatic treatments for the puppet theater and the kabuki stage. Terajima's entry continues on the following page in a passage lifted verbatim from Tokubei Tenjiku Monogatari of 1707. It reads, quote, before the 15th year of the Kane era, that is 1638, numerous Japanese traveled to Tenjiku and wrote accounts of their journeys. A sailor from Harima province who traveled to Tenjiku departed Nagasaki on the 3rd year of the Kane era, 1626, and arrived in the kingdom of Magadha in Tenjiku the following year. He sailed via Taiwan, Canton, Kochi, that is modern Hanoi, Champa, a central and southern coastal Vietnam, and Cambodia to Siam, and then northwest to the mouth of the Liu Sa River in Magadha. At the castle of Ayutthaya, he presented the Japanese vermilion seal. The India of Tokubei Tenjiku Monogatari, as quoted in Wakan Sansai Sui, is no longer the South Asia of Xuanzang's record, which no Japanese traveler had ever visited, but rather a port within a network of maritime trade connecting East and Southeast Asia. The ancient Indian kingdom of Magadha, encompassing Shravasti, Rajagriha, and Bodh Gaya, is identified with Ayutthaya, the capital of Siam, where Tokubei, quote, presented the Japanese vermilion seal, or shuinjo, an official permit to engage in overseas trade, initiated by Hideyoshi in the 1590s and was continued into the 1630s under the early Tokugawa shoguns. During this period, 350 such permits were issued by the Japanese government to Japanese merchants, 56 of them for voyages to Siam, where the port of Ayutthaya was the center of intra-Asian maritime trade in the early modern period. Terajima continues to quote from Tokubei's narrative as he goes deeper into Tenjiku. He then traveled upriver to the castle at Bangkok and to the city of Kurihisara, where long ago Kukai of Japan and the Bodhisattva Manjushri are said to have engaged in a battle of wisdom. At the temple of Tehiyatai, where the remains of the dwelling of the Buddha's disciple are the remains of the dwelling of the Buddha's disciple Sudatta. Vulture Peak lies 42D upriver from the capital city. Terajima's entry reflects the popular Edo understanding of Tenjiku, a Buddhist land not reducible to India, but extending well into Southeast Asia. The ancient Indian kingdom of Magadha, where the Buddha's disciple Sudatta once lived, where Kukai sparred with Manjushri, and where Shakyamuni preached the Mahayana Sutras on Vulture Peak, were to be found in Siam. Quote, the names of the places in Tenjiku, unquote, according to the Tokubei Tenjiku Monogatari, include, quote, Tonkin, Kochi, the birthplace of Bodhidharma, Chambusa, Luzon, and Kabocha, end quote. Lands within the modern borders of Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, and the Philippines. Yet even with so capacious an understanding of Tenjiku, the classical image of Xuanzang's India remained indelible. The map of Tenjiku here, a large format woodblock print published by the Pure Land monk Zonto in 1828, may conform to the outline of contemporary European maps of India, yet it divides the subcontinent into the 5 regions of Tenjiku and maintains Lake Anavatapta at its center, together with the 4 animal heads out of whose mouths flow the 4 great rivers. Hundreds of cartoucheous bearing the place names of Xuanzang's route are connected by dotted lines marking his itinerary, with the direction and distances between them, each carefully noted, and passages from Xuanzang's record quoted throughout. The map includes such sacred sites as the Bodhi tree, the diamond throne, and Vulture's Peak, here with an avian head. Zonto writes in his preface, quote, "Children are unable to read the detailed descriptions of India that Xuanzang recorded in the many volumes of his record of Western regions. With this map, however, they can see it all clearly at a single glance," end quote. Zonto's print thus makes the India of Xuanzang visible to all, but in a manner altogether new. He has taken the geographic contents of Xuanzang's 7th century record, as they had been preserved within the manuscript tradition of the map of 5 regions of Tenjiku, and reconfigured it within a contemporary cartography of the subcontinent. Buddhist views of the world, of the universe, and of India were well represented, and at times prominently so, within the marketplace of ideas and the print culture of 18th and 19th century Japan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Moorman. It is a very interesting presentation, and it is quite inspiring to see that India has been represented without even seeing that country. I mean, the kind of the sources of inspiration came from travelogues, then the Buddhist wisdom contained in the text, and of course, maybe mythology. All these were sources of the cartography that was tried out. Now I'll open for a couple of questions on the floor. Would anyone have a few questions?
I just want to ask.
When
you say Tenjiku, the Tenjiku means exactly what? 10 is the heaven.
10 is heaven, and heaven and bamboo. Heavenly bamboo is the characters.
Okay, all right. So why the heaven and bamboo are placed together?
I don't know. It's a Chinese term. It's used by Xuanzang. It must have been a Chinese translation term for India. Although Xuanzang does use the term Indo, which is the modern Japanese word for India. In fact, that he uses that to speak more specifically of the subcontinent, whereas Tenjiku also includes areas of Central Asia for him.
Any other question? Yeah, please.
Professor, I didn't get the name of the cartographer you were referring to.
Of the
Japanese
printed map?
Yeah.
The printed map, the cartographer is named Hotan, who actually is quite a prominent Kegon monk of the Edo period. He was a Kyoto monk, and he founded Kegonji, which is actually still exists and is a prominent temple in the Arashiyama area. He was also a major commentator on classical texts. He wrote a 15-volume commentary on the Abhidharma Kosha. He wrote commentarial texts on major texts of the Kegon or the Huayan or the Avatamsaka tradition. And he was also sort of a public intellectual who carried on written debates with other Buddhists. He had debates with Jiun Sonja about the history of the kashaya, the monastic robes in India, when there was a movement to return to Indian forms in the Edo period, and he carried out debates with other intellectuals in the Kokugakusha movement and other groups. Yeah, he was quite a prominent figure at the time.
Is that the only map maker that you've referred to, the cartographer? What about the wooden block?
Yes, he's the one who made the woodblock print of 1710. The earliest manuscript is attributed to a monk by the name of Jukai, and that's a 14th century manuscript that's in the collection of Horyuji. The other copies that I sort of quickly scrolled through to show how that manuscript map was transcribed really for the next 500 years. Some of them have the names of the monastic copyists associated with them. The one with that inscription that describes feeling as if he was traveling to Tenjiku when he was transcribing the map is by an otherwise unknown monk named Zenjo. But there are a number of other copies. The one in the Kobe, there's a couple in the Kobe Museum. I'm glad that we have the curator of that museum in the conference. The Kobe Shiritsu has three very important examples of manuscript maps in this tradition. One of them, an 18th century one, has the names of two monks on it. Another one in the collection of Chionin has the name of the monastic copyist. So we do have a bit of a paper trail that we can sort of follow the history of replication of this map. And the interesting thing is that the map didn't change. And that wasn't because they weren't aware of other forms of cartography. Some of the manuscripts I showed you were made into the 19th century. But rather they were devotedly kept the same because they preserved this sacred landscape of Xuanzang's text, even though they were other styles of maps, European style maps, circulating centuries before.
Just one additional question is, I get what you're saying, but did the merchants have different kind of maps? Basically, navigation maps,
The people who actually traveled.
Yeah, the people who actually traveled, yes.
Yes, the people who actually traveled had portolan charts. They had quite sophisticated maps that seafarers use. There are Japanese versions of portolan charts that look very much like Spanish or Portuguese maritime maps that have the boundaries of the countries and the rum lines that are used to navigate or actually to gauge one's distance from different ports. So these maps were never used for actual traveling. These maps were always operating in the imagination, as most maps do, right? Very few maps are actually used for the practical purposes of traveling. Certainly world maps, right? You never walk around with a world map to figure out how to get from one space to another. They are rather a sort of different kind of pictorializing of the world, more a world view. Whereas when you actually, when you have to get from Nagasaki to Vietnam or something, you have sailors have maps as well as log books and certain navigational skills and techniques rather than these maps.
Thank you, Professor.
Any other question? Yeah, please.
When you mentioned navigational techniques, is there information on navigational instruments that they used?
You know, that I don't know. They were certainly familiar with European navigation instruments. That is, the European sailors, used them and brought with them. The Jesuits brought with them and left as gifts different kinds of, tools of navigation, as well as things like astrolabes. But I don't believe that the Japanese necessarily used those same navigational tools, but they did use portal charts that are nearly identical to European style portal charts. And I really don't know that much about the sort of the navigational techniques of this time, but as we saw in the Namban Byobu that Alexandra showed us earlier this morning, there was an international community of sailors that were traveling throughout Asia, and certainly even after say the Iberians were no longer accepted and the Dutch were trading there, that there was a knowledge, a sort of international knowledge of navigation. And many of the trading ships were, in a sense, international, right? We call them Japanese traders, but they were Chinese, they were Korean, and even in the European ships, right? We had Indian and African and Southeast Asian crew members. So this was not a closed world as we traditionally think about this period. Certainly not on the oceans.
Thank you.
There are no further questions. Thank you, Dr. Morman. It is a wonderful presentation. With this, we move to the next presentation by Professor Lucio de Souza. Professor de Souza is Associate Professor at the Tokyo University of Foreign Studies, and he has worked extensively on issues relating to diaspora in Japan, Indian diaspora in Japan, and Japanese diaspora in India. He is going to make a two-fold presentation, two-stage presentation. This will be on how Indian diaspora fared in Japan and vice versa. Over to Professor de Souza.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation, and I hope you enjoy my presentation. So this topic, it's a very complicated and complex topic, so I try to make it simple for you to understand and enjoy. Can you see my PowerPoint? Yes? Okay.
Yes.
So I will start. So I will focus my attention on the Indian diaspora in Japan, and secondly, on the Japanese diaspora in India in the early modern period. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So today's topics, just a moment.
Okay. I think there's some problem.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my apologies. Something happened with my Zoom. Can you see now?
Yes, yes.
My presentation?
Yes.
So I will divide today's topics in 6 parts. Firstly, I will talk about the maritime routes. Then I will focus my attention on the Indian presence in Japan. I will give 2 main examples. After that, I will talk about the Japanese presence in India. And I will study a bit and show you a bit of the multicultural Asian community living in Goa. I will also explain you the ballot system. And finally, I decided to also talk about the Japanese from Goa living in the Americas. So I'm trying to cross-check 2 different approaches. One is a global history, and then microhistory, okay? So let's start by talking on the structure of the Portuguese slavery in Japan. So there is a connection that is very important, but is not very well studied. So we have lists of merchants here, but we do not have the complete list of private merchants that traveled here. So we have the official list, but not the private list. So I will try here to combine both. So there is an important connection. An important connection that links Goa to Japan through the city of Macau. I'm here also talking about invisible people. Why invisible people? Because when I started studying history, one of the things that really bothered me was a colonial Eurocentric perspective and the fact that we have a history made about an historiographical approach that contains narratives made by elites, but we do not have the history of the common people, the invisible ones, the unseen ones. And I always thought that was the simple, invisible people that built the empires. So I wanted to do the other way around. So we today will explore a bit of this unknown world of the invisible people, the common people that are not kings or queens or rajas. So they are just simple human beings trying to survive in a world that sometimes is very difficult and presents difficult challenges. So returning to my topic, the arrival of Indians in Japan, of course, is associated with the Portuguese during the 16th and 17th centuries. So annually, the ships departed from Goa to Malacca, and from there, Macau, and finally to the main harbors of Kyushu, Hirado, Kuchinotsu, and finally Nagasaki. But in fact, this maritime route was connected to other main routes. In fact, a global route. And it was through these maritime routes interconnected that many Indians and also Japanese traveled. Regarding the Portuguese commercial journeys to Japan, I just will give you a small idea of it. So here I try to combine the origin of the ships before their arrival to Japan, the destination, and also to check combine the private and official trades. Why is this list so important? Because if we start studying the crew, we will find there the Indian presence. So this is, at least for me, the most important source of information on the Indian presence in Japan. I could give you many examples of it, but I decided just to talk about two. One is the 6040s delegation. It's a kind of commercial and at the same time political embassy. And the second one is about an individual from India called Ventura. He worked for Eizo Suetsugu, finding Christians and priests in Nagasaki in the same period that a Goan vessel arrived at Nagasaki. Regarding the first topic, the 1640s delegation, so on 6th July of 1640, this Goan vessel arrived at Nagasaki from Macau. Usually, these big ships that were built in Goa or in Cochin, and that we find in Biobus, they were not built as most people think in Europe. They are black ships because they were built with teak. They had also a kind of petrol over them, and they used, of course, the European technology. But they were bigger than any European galleon. So they could transport at least minimum 500 members. And I'm not talking about the slaves. So this one that I'm talking here now, it's a smaller one. It's not a big ship. That was a kind of diplomatic and commercial ship. It contained only 74 people. And this is very interesting because it's possible to identify inside among the Portuguese that were born in Goa, in Cochin, in Tio, and also in Lisbon, in Europe. But also many servants, invisible people from different regions of Asia and Africa. So this is one of the lists of this delegation that we can find in the Vatican. But in fact, we have several copies, and we have reports made by some of these invisible people that I'm mentioning you. But just to give you an idea of the composition of the crew, we have servants from the region of Bengal, from China, Philippines, Southeast Asia, so Indonesia, but many also from Malabar, Malayans, Mozambique, Timor, Solar, so people from everywhere. And also elite from Goa. So the other is Ventura's case. Ventura's case is very interesting for me because it's focused in Nagasaki, in the ending period of the Portuguese connections, maritime connections with Japan, with this city. But in fact, he's a second generation Indian. So he's the son of one of the first Indians that arrived with the Jesuits in Japan. In fact, in 1555. So he was the son of Francisco. So it's a baptized, probably Goan individual that worked as a cook in the Yamaguchi mission in Japan. We know that he belonged to a Portuguese called Duarte da Gama, so family from the famous assassin Vasco da Gama. So he basically gave Francisco to the Society of Jesus, and Francisco married a Japanese woman. Her name was Barbara, and they had 3 children. One was Diogo, Ventura, Pedro, and we also have the name of a granddaughter, Ursula. Duarte da Gama, after living a certain period of time in Japan, he returned to Goa, and from Goa he returned to Europe, and we have also a list of slaves. We have also a list of assassinations that he did, so invasions of regions, etc., and the crimes that he committed, and also the corruption. So he was a kind of a shady human being. But of course, because he was from the elite, so he had blue blood, so he managed to escape all the accusations that were made against him. Anyhow, so about these 3, Diogo, Ventura, Pedro, these 3 individuals, one of them, Diogo, the elder one, became one of the leaders of the Christian mission in Nagasaki, so the House of Mercy, that helped poor people, orphans, women, lepers. Ventura went the other way around. So he apostatized. He was completely against the Christian faith. And in fact, because he had such a deep connection with that Christian community, he started identifying in the city everyone that belonged or was associated with the Society of Jesus. So we have many reports about him, and people lived in fear of meeting him and being recognized by him. So after these 2 cases, let's go the other way around, because we don't have much time, and focus our attention on the Japanese presence in Goa. I will start by saying to you, probably you know that, it's not a novelty, that Goa was the center of a very important human trade. So humans were being sold in this city as commodities. And Goa's slave market, several other ones. For example, Macau, Mozambique, Malacca, Lisbon, but many others. So it was a very complex network. So in the city, the center of the slave trade was the Rua Direita Street. We have several descriptions on that street. My favorite one probably is from the French traveler, Pirard de Laval. He lived in the city. And when he was writing about his voyages and his experiences in Asia. After living in Goa, he wrote this. Depuis les cas de bonne expérience, jusqu'en la Chine, au Japon, viennent amener leurs marchandises à Goa. So this is broken ancient French, but basically it says that when he was living in the city, he found merchants that came from China and from Japan, and they were in the city markets selling their goods. And describing also the community living in the city, he mentioning many people from Asia, from many nations, he also identified the Chinese and the Japanese, because he wrote, il y a aussi, there is also bon nombre, so a great number, de Chinois, of Chinese, and et Japonois, so Japanese. Let's go now to the city of Goa. So the Rua Direita is this one here, near the Misericordia. In French, Miséricorde, and in English, House of Mercy. This is the place. This place is very interesting, this area. And this is written here in Portuguese. Probably it was drawn by Johan Lichotten, but probably they used Portuguese information. And they have here, it's written in Latin, and it's also written in Portuguese. And it talks about leilão, so auctions. And we see here people buying things. And this is the Misericordia, House of Mercy, La Misericordie. And if we pay attention to it, we will find in the middle this scene, this depiction. And in fact, what we are seeing here, it's a seller. What he has on his hands, or on his left hand, is a ballot, a slave passport, and this woman is in fact a slave. Regarding the passport of Japanese living in Goa, they were of two types, but they contain the same thing. So these passports were in fact made by Jesuits in Japan. So they contained the priest's names, the buyer's name, the victim's name and age, information about the examination of the victim's status and the resolution of the priest, and the place where this examination occurred. Finally, the signature of the secretary or the priest, the person that examined the slave. And we have two types of passports, one called perpetual ballots, so they were slaves, full-time slaves for life, perpetual, and limited time ballots for a period of time. But in fact, when we start studying the multicultural society of Goa, of these invisible people, what I discovered was something that I was not expecting. We find a huge number of Javanese living there. Also, people, individuals in the documents that I basically analyzed, people from other regions of Southeast Asia, like Amboino, Malacca, Patan, Pegu. I was expecting a lot of people from Malacca, but not from Java. We also find a lot of Chinese living in Goa. So I have a lot of information about them, about their parents, etc. Here, I'm just giving you a short list. And then I found these Japanese also living in Goa. I have many others and many cases that were mentioned by travelers that I included on some of my books, and I will show you that in the end. But I found also these examples that are very interesting. So one of them is the fact that a part of them are not Christians. They are not baptized, even though they have European Christian names, but they are not baptized. Another thing that I was amazed the first time I discovered, I will call your attention to this one, yellow one, Gonçalo Ribeiro. He has a father and mother, Paulo Ribeiro and Felipe Ribeira. So he's from Japan. So I found it very strange, this. So I assumed that he was a second generation Japanese living in the city of Goa. This was my first guess. Now let's connect this Gonçalo Ribeiro to the Americas. And let's focus our attention on the last part of my presentation. So the Japanese from Goa living in the Americas. So for this, we have to go to a census. This was a census that was made between 1607 and 1613. It's one of the first American census. And inside, we find 20 Japanese. This is the census, the original manuscript. And we have information not only about the Japanese, but also Indians, people from India, from China, from Japan. And so basically people that came from the Portuguese networks to the city of Lima. And among the Japanese, I found this couple, Thomas and Martha. So although first they belong to a man called Giuseppe de Rivera. Giuseppe, it's clearly an Italian name, Giuseppe, not José in Spanish or José in Portuguese. De Rivera, so it's a Spanish, so probably he's half Italian, half Spanish. He is a citizen of the city of Lima, so a very wealthy individual. And he had, in this census, a couple of slaves that were working for him. One, the male one, Thomas, and the female one, Martha. They were a couple, they were married, and they looked like Japanese. They presented themselves as Japanese, but they
He's trying to make it stuck. Can you hear? Professor, no, it's not working. I think it may come back. That's it. He has a problem.
Did I resurrect from ashes?
Yes. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Yep.
Can you hear me well?
Yeah.
So I will finish my presentation, and my apologies. Probably it's from the
No, that's
weather.
fine. I mean, it happens. It happens.
So next time I have to travel. But anyway, I'm also just finishing. So, so he was marked as an animal, not as a human commodity, not as a human being. And we also know that they had a 7-year-old child called Francisco. So we see a second generation Japanese living in the city of Goa, but they identify themselves as Japanese. They do not identify themselves as Indians. So how did they arrive there? So again, we have to connect this with the Manila's maritime route. So we also do not know many things about the Portuguese commercial journey to the Philippines. So we know a bit written and studied by Pierre Chonu, but the only person who really studied deeply after him was me. So about 30 years after. So his list was very, very, a very simple list, but at least my study managed to make it much more complex. So here is the list. It's a long list of connections. The main thing is that when we start studying this list and the information of these merchants that are arriving in Manila, mainly we know that the main centers of this connection are from Macau and Malacca. But we also have many ships from India, from Goa, that are traveling directly to Manila. And that's from this connection that we will have after a connection from Manila to Acapulco and Mexico City. And in Mexico City, now we have to do another study. We have to study the merchants that are deeply involved in Asian trade. So here we have to study the Portuguese diaspora in Mexico. Why? So if we start studying the provenance of Spanish merchants in the Spanish Indies, we will have this list that you are seeing here. And that all combined show us not only that the Asian merchants are centered in Mexico City. We also have in Lima, so the connection that I was talking about, and Cartagena, the Indias, nowadays Colombia, Bogota. But we also have this surprising conclusion that the main merchants that were involved in the Americas on Asian trade are Portuguese. So that's why these people are traveling from Goa and they are arriving here because they are using these networks. So, and with this, I finish my presentation. So I also would like to stress that this presentation, in fact, is a combination of work of 4 of my books. So one was in English, it's the Portuguese slave trade in early modern Japan, where I studied the Chinese, the Japanese, and the Korean slaves. And another 2 books that I made with Professor Oka of University of Tokyo. So about the Daikokai Jidai no Nihonji Indore. So during this period, I'm focusing on the Japanese, but I also mentioned Goa. And finally, the one that I published last year in Korean, where I also talk about Goa, but I mention more the Korean slaves. Okay. So thank you for listening with great patience to me. And I hope you have enjoyed my presentation. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Professor D'Souza. Can we have a quick question? One question, because we are running behind schedule. None? So you have? Yeah. Yeah.
Chinese to have got Calcutta, Bengal port, because there were a lot of Chinese in Bengal port.
Yeah.
So how come you have said that they went all the way to Goa from China and not to Bengal? Because from Hong Kong, they were easily traveling to Calcutta, West Bengal. Is there any reason you left the Chinese out of your study?
I did not left the Chinese out of my study. I'm just focused on the Japanese in Goa. But they were connected also with the Chinese, with the Javanese. They were a multicultural society.
Okay, thank you.
So thanks a lot, Professor D'Souza. So
No
we
problem.
come to the end of this session, very interesting session. So let us move on to the next speaker. Aki Toyayama-san.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well. So Toyayama-san has a PhD from Kansai University. She has very interesting research focus on the arts of colonial South and Southeast Asia, publications as well. And her present presentation here is on Hindu mythology on Japanese Majolica tiles. It's a very interesting study, as I can see from the abstract. Over to Toyayama-san.
Okay, thank you very much. So first of all, I'd like to thank organizer for your invitation of my presentation. So I'd like to share my slides. Can you see my slide now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, so I'd like to start my presentation. Okay, so my title of presentation is Hindu mythology on Japanese Majolica tiles. And this presentation discusses tile consumption in interwar India, in which Japanese color glazed tiles with embossed surfaces. So you can now have idea with my slides, just briefly. This is so-called Majolica tiles. Particularly, this was particularly gained wide popularity among the local middle class in colonial India. The colonial urbanization in India under British rule promoted the spread of mass-produced tiles, mainly from Britain, of course, throughout the 19th century. However, British tiles were replaced by Japanese tiles in the Indian market by the late 1920s for several reasons, such as a sharp decrease of tile imports from Europe during and after the First World War, price competition with newly growing Japanese tiles, and also the boycott of British goods as part of the nationalist movement in India. Preceding studies on the tile trade of Imperial Japan have mainly focused on Taiwan, Singapore, and other East and Southeast Asian regions under Japanese rule or its self-sufficient economic bloc only. The actual conditions of the India and Japan tile trade have rarely been considered, although the trade statistics shows that British India has been the largest export market for the Japanese tile industry throughout the 1930s. So this presentation thus first outlines the history of the modern Japanese tile industry and its advance into the colonial Indian market. Secondly, this presentation examines changing patterns of using tiles in colonial India and its experience. And then I'd like to show a connected history of aestheticism, sanitation, and nationalism in modernizing Asia, reflected in tile consumption through iconographical analysis of Japanese majolica tiles for the Indian market. So I'd like to begin with the tile industry, history of tile industry in Japan. It can be traced back to the late 19th century. Western impact resulted in overthrowing of the Tokugawa shogunate rule in 1867 and the new Meiji government of the emperor system aimed at a modern state, taking Western countries as its model. In the capital city Tokyo and other major cities, government offices, banks, universities, and residential mansions for the local elite in Japan were constructed in eclectic styles combining Western and Japanese architecture, in which imported tiles, mainly from Britain, were used for fireplaces, wall decoration, and floor pavement. So now I showed one example from Nagasaki. It was the British Merchant House, and now you can see the fireplaces which was decorated with printed tiles on floor. So, and after that, the Japanese government invited foreign experts, including German engineer Gottfried Wagner, to national institutions such as Tokyo Higher Technical School, which is now the Tokyo Institute of Technology, for nurturing the local talent and launching the domestic tile industry in Japan. Jiromaro Murase and Keizo Nose were the very important figure who were both graduates from the ceramic department in this school. And they simultaneously determined the means to produce solid ceramic tiles around the early 20th century in improving processes of the respective pottery workshops of their family business. Murase and Nose studied dust pressing and color glazing methods for British prototypes, including Minton products. And their success encouraged other Japanese pottery workshops to enter the tile industry. So now I think I should explain about what is majolica tiles. So majolica means the trade name of zinc-based color glazes, which was firstly launched by Minton in the Great Exhibition in 1851. And this majolica was inspired by Renaissance majolica pottery, which I show on the bottom image. And the majolica soon after became to be known as the name of the embossed tiles with zinc-based color glaze. So the general term, the majolica became a general term, not only the means the color glazing, but also the embossed tile with zinc-based color glaze as the whole became to be known as majolica in the whole tile industry. And it's actually influenced to Japanese tile industry, and in Japanese tile industry also majolica means this one, the embossed tiles with zinc-based color glazed tiles by the late 19th century. And the further growth of the Japanese tile industry in the early 20th century was brought about by two events. First one was the World War I, and the second one was the Great Kanto earthquake. The First World War stagnated industrial sectors, including tile manufacture in European countries. The situation increased the demand for domestic substitute in Japan and consequently gave an opportunity for growing the manufacturing capacity of the Japanese tile industry. The post-war boom economy in Japan was obstructed by the Great Kanto earthquake that heavily damaged capital city Tokyo and the neighboring regions. The disaster revealed that the Western-style brick structure was actually not suitable for the Japanese geographical conditions because the earthquake was frequently occurred. Therefore, the post-quake reurbanization in Japan promoted the increase of concrete buildings that were quake-proof as well as fireproof, covered with tiles and terracotta. The growing demand for tiles in the post-quake architectural boom accelerated the establishment of new tile manufacturers in Japan. However, the declaration of the reconstruction boom produced excessive supply of tiles by the late 1920s, so that Japanese tile firms began to look at Asian countries, including India, as one of the most promising export marketplaces, in which the suzerain country, such as Britain, had expanded the demand for tiles in the processes of colonial urbanization. This strategy brought prosperity in the Indo-Japan tile trade throughout the 1930s until the outbreak of the Pacific War in 1941. So I'd like to show the trade statistics in 1937, the peak period of the pre-war Japanese tile industry tells that the British India accounted for more than 40% of the total export quantity of Japanese tiles, which shows on the left hand of this slide. In parallel, on the right hand, trade statistics of British India corroborates that Japan reaches 48% of the total import quantity of tile, overwhelming other countries such as Italy, the United Kingdom, and Belgium. Now, let us focus on tile consumption in colonial India. Traditionally, ceramics for architectural decoration have come down in Islamic as well as Portuguese heritage, while they have never become the mainstream building materials in pre-colonial South Asia. When British colonial administration began in earnest in the late 18th century, and the Western-style architectural designs were transplanted to its major strongholds, including Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras, to declare Britain's suzerainty over India. The colonizers' politics of aestheticism displayed in new cityscapes inspired the local upper class, such as Maharajas and the landlords, and as well as merchants, to construct palaces, residential mansions, and temples following European architectural trends. Those structures were furnished with a variety of imported goods, including floor and wall tiles, mainly from Britain. Indian elites considered imported tiles as a kind of status symbol that showed builders' power and wealth rather than practicality of the material, such as protection or cleanliness. One of such examples is Sri Sri Sheetalnath Temple in Calcutta, commissioned by a Jain merchant, Rai Badridas Bahadur Mukim, who was appointed as court jeweler to the Viceroy of British India. So this temple was constructed in 1867. The whole complex of this temple is fully embellished with a variety of imported items, such as Belgian mosaic glass, Chinese blue and white porcelains, and decorative tiles from Victorian Britain. A series of epidemics through the late 19th and early 20th centuries was a watershed of the diffusion of tiles in India. So this crisis pressed British administration for drastic reforms of a poor sanitary environment caused by colonial urbanization. The colonial government established the Improvement Trusts under local government bodies to improve public health conditions. In this development process, the colonial government promoted the use of tiles as sanitary architectural materials in public as well as private buildings. In addition, the newly emerging middle class in major Indian cities began to enjoy luxurious material culture in their lifestyles after the upper class model, including tile decoration in their houses, shops, and religious spaces. Such new patterns of cultural consumption in colonial India enormously pushed up the demand for decorative tiles among the local elite middle class, as well as elite class, for practical as well as symbolic purposes that laid the groundwork for the Japanese tile industry to go into the Indian market. When Japanese tile manufacturers advanced to the Indian market in earnest in the 1920s, their main export products were copies of British decorative tiles in more affordable prices. For example, a popular floral design of 2 roses centered on a petal-shaped square produced by several Japanese manufacturers were originally launched by the British firm H&R Johnson. The pre-war catalog of Japanese tile manufacturer, for example, I show here on the screen, the original tiles found in, so this kind of the designs were actually shared with several Japanese firms, including Danto, which I show a catalog here, and other the Japanese firms such as Fujimiyaki, Sagittile Works, and Hirosho. All of those tile firms have actually same design of this floral tile patterns tiles, which is very interesting point, I think. So, but actually they copied British designs, but their color scheme, when we look at color schemes, they imitated the design, but they put the much thicker, brighter color than the original British tiles. So this is because the Japanese market research found that the Indian customers preferred much brighter one than the thicker color to decorate their spaces. So this tiles, this actual green based tiles can be found in several surviving heritage in India. I like to show one example here. So this kind of Japanese tiles have been found at merchant house called the Piramal Haveli in the Shekhawati region in Rajasthan, northern Rajasthan. This Haveli was built in 1928 by a Marwari businessman, Piramal Chaturbuji Makaria. In this mansion, the tiles embellishing the galleries attached to the facades have partly come off the walls, actually. It is unfortunate, but it's actually come to find a very interesting point. From the wall, you can see the trademark on the back of tiles and the stamp on the ground plaster. Now you can see showing the capital letters DK, and which as abbreviated name of Danto, of Japanese tile form name, and made in Japan is depicted on the background of the walls, which is stamped on the plaster. So this kind of survivor example shows how the upper middle class or elite class preferred the tile decoration, not only for the practical purposes, but also to how to be looked at their houses by the others. So after the successful entry into the Indian market by selling copies of British tiles, Japanese manufacturers attempted to develop new original designs to meet Indian taste for further expansion of Japanese products. So one of the major new design was Hindu mythological subject, and this is quite noticeable because the British tiles and other European tiles have never depicted Hindu or maybe Indian subjects in their product. So this was quite original to the pre-war Japanese tile industry. So the point is who actually, who gave this information? This is very important point, I think. So the Indian merchants in Japan actually acted as intermediaries in the Indo-Japan trade. Their role was quite crucial in giving information on local trends in colonial India. And sometimes those merchants actually brought Indian popular printed images directly to Japanese tile farms as design samples in Japan. So on those Indian merchants' advice, Japanese tile companies simultaneously, actually different tile companies simultaneously began to produce embossed color glazed tiles, or maybe we can say now majolica tiles that depict Hindu subject, mostly referring to actual printed images from India. One of the interesting case study can be found from the Hirosho Potteries archive. Takashi Hanya, who was the former president of Hirosho Potteries, witnessed that his company had dealings with a Gujarati commission agent, M.D. Takal, who was based in Osaka, and the printed images brought by Takal became the basis of metal molds for majolica tile panels. So now you can see the material which was used for making the Japanese majolica tiles depicting Hindu mythological subjects. This is metal mold, actually, which was kept by Hanya, and now it's donated to the Japanese Museum of Tiles. So these metal molds were privately kept by Hanya, and you can see this depicts for example, Ganesha, Lakshmi, Vishnu with attendants, and Krishna, and the Dattatreya, which is actually the actual tile example cannot be found, but still the metal molds is, you can see the Dattatreya is depicted on the two sets of panels. So, actually those tiles, the printed Hindu images on which Japanese majolica tiles are based are reproductions of paintings by popular painters in colonial India. For example, Raja Ravi Varma and Vasudeva H. Pandya is the quite major inspiration for Japanese tile manufacturers. You can see now the Ravi Varma's Sarasvati is translated into the tile design and by such tile works. And also the Krishna and the Gopi, the celebrating Holi, the image by Pandya is translated into the Japanese tile panel on 12 tile sets. You can see now on the screen. So actually those certain images of particularly popular that like Ravi Varma and Pandya, but was possibly brought by different Indian merchants to different tile manufacturers. And the print media in reproduction paintings, as well as package labels and advertisement calendars, also brought to Japanese tile farms by Indian merchants. But actually, these printed images were not surviving in any Japanese farms. But it is quite speculative that we can speculate that at least the Japanese tile farms quite nicely depicts Hindu images, even though they don't know or they don't have any specific idea on Hinduism, actually. So the Japanese tile industry actively developed those new designs based on local taste on Hinduism. But actually, so Japanese tile manufacturers were firstly attempted to Hindu mythological images rather than European tile farms did not do that. But actually, Japanese industry itself quite actively have depicted Japanese Hindu images, not only on tile farms, but also in the, for example, match industry and also the pottery industry, which made small pottery figurines like I show here. So this was actually preceding to the the tile industry, those pottery figurines were actually quite like actively exported to Indian market around the First World era. And after that, it was just decreased. And during the interwar period, those pottery figurines have rarely been produced in Japan anymore. And the match labels also were the quite important trade products from Japan to India, and their labels frequently depict Indian subject, as like you can see here. So this kind of, how to say, the information was also made by the Indian merchant in Japan. And for example, in match labels, mostly the industry of match in the producers were located in Kobe and Osaka. So the Kobe, in Kobe and Osaka, there are many Indian merchants who resided in around that time. And the Japanese match manufacturers and these pottery manufacturers, as well as tile manufacturers, gained information on local trend from intermediary Indian merchants. Then, so this kind of network of people, information, and the goods in the Japanese industry, this connection between Japan and Indian merchant has created this kind of new the actual consumption culture, I think. So the development of Hindu themes tile panels by Japanese tile companies was underlain by the politicization of consumption culture and the Hindu visual images with the rise of nationalism in late colonial India. As a Japanese pottery agent, Takeguro Asai reported in 1933, then he reported as like that Indians were not pro-Japanese, yet Japanese ceramic products substituted for British as well as Indian goods in practicing Swadeshi. Thus, clearly realizing the great business opportunities associated with Indian nationalism, Japanese tile companies strategically developed Hindu-themed Majolica tiles in collaboration with Japan-based Indian merchants. Tiles were particularly also associated with sanitary improvement to symbolize progress of a modern nation as well. The British colonial government intervened in the great success of the Japanese tile industry in interwar India by making an amendment of the customs tariff in 1933 to repulse Japanese tiles from the Indian market. However, the high demand for Japanese tiles among Indian people was retained as suggested in the foreign trade statistics in this presentation in relation to the development of middle-class consumption culture and the rise of consumer nationalism until the outbreak of the Pacific War in 1941. The embargo on Japanese tiles generated the development of the Indian domestic tile industry that resulted in that the post-independence India became one of the largest countries of tile production in the world, not only as subcontract factories out of the world-famous tile farms, but also as a large consumer market on its own. India's modern tile culture was prepared in the colonial period through interaction with the tile industry of Imperial Japan. I'd like to stop my presentation here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Toyama-san. Any questions? Can we have a couple of questions?
Are these commercial tiles or are they collectible items or are they?
Sorry, it's very hard to hear.
Can we get the mic?
Are these tiles for commercial purpose or are they collectible items or are they decorative pieces of the mantelpiece? What was the purpose of these tiles?
So purpose of this tile?
Indian religious motifs were not allowed to be put on the floor. So what was the purpose of these tiles?
Actually, not. There's the Hindu, especially Hindu mythological subjects, was not paved on floor. It is decorated on walls. Yeah. Yeah. So actually the basically floor pavement. It is not for floor pavement, but basically it is for wall decoration. So it's of course, for the decorative purposes, but also it was like how to say, it's trimmed with the floral motifs as well. So it was kind of, how to say, not just decorative, but also like basically it's decorated, and it was actually embellished in the Hindu merchant houses, and also as well as it was used in temples as well. Some temples, then for example, the Marwari temples in Shekhawati region, they sometimes decorate these Hindu mythological subjects on walls, and also for example, in Southeast Asia, you can see Hindu temples in Singapore or Malaysia or Myanmar. You can see actually the tiles were decorated as kind of the quite sacred image as well. So it actually depends on how the consumer used actually just as decoration, or maybe it was recognized as some sacred images. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, yes, yeah. Please. Then you'll get the mic. You can just use the mic.
The majolica tiles, when you say, is it because the word has come from mosaic tiles, or it is majolica, how the word has come out as a majolica tile?
Yeah, actually, majolica means the Souza sensei is very familiar with this word, I think. So majolica means actually comes from the Renaissance pottery, the European pottery. So majolica means a kind of regional name of the Spanish, tiles. So majolica is actually the name of the Spanish region.
It's a region. It's the city of Mallorca. It's a
Mallorca.
Mediterranean city.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for supplemental comments.
I have a question regarding your concept of nationalism. You are talking about Indian nationalism and Japanese embargo, but why don't you see that as a idea of material culture consumption and the market? Because that's where I think it was already a developed market, right? So if the embargo is there, automatically the Indian tiles would get in. So how do you interlink in, just because you think that was the time of Swadeshi, or you want to see that the way even the Japanese mills were competing with Bombay mills, which I'm going to present tomorrow, why can't we see Indian mills competing with competing along with their Japanese tile makers?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. It is a very important point, actually. So I think the cotton industry and the mill industry was actually they're quite competing with each other. But actually, regarding the tiles or pottery industry, the Indian tile industry, I mean, the domestic production was not fully developed during the colonial period, actually. And some of the actually tile companies already established. For example, the Gwalior pottery and some Gujarati, the pottery company were already established in the colonial period around the 1920s. But actually, when I look at how to say the letters between Indian firms and the Japanese tile companies, they say that the Indian companies try to get the technical instruction from Japanese companies, but actually Japanese companies refused to do so because they did not want to take the Japanese Indian market down from their own hand. So it was still like not fully developed, and so I think the cotton industry, textile industry, and the pottery industry, the situation is slightly different.
No, they are very much different. But what I'm saying is that it was a game between the capitalist and the manufacturers. How do you bring that concept of nationalism? That's where my I'm finding it little dicey to use it, because I mean it is not so evident
as of this was the symbol of, nationalism, that Swadeshi was pushed here. This was like not those subsistence commodities or something which was a must thing, right? This was about home decor or temple decor or something like that. So I mean, it becomes little confusing.
Actually, Japanese tile agent says that maybe he just did market research in colonial India, and he found that there is Swadeshi, and maybe that, so like we have the big business opportunity in India to sell the Japanese tiles, because Indian tile production was not fully developed. But actually, it was kind of, how to say, like it's not actually fully reflected the actual situation in India. That it was kind of, how to say, include the wish of Japanese tile manufacturers as well. So I cannot say that actual Swadeshi, maybe Indian consumers, or maybe there's like actually see the Japanese tile products as Swadeshi one, but like as a political ambition of imperialism from Japanese perspective, they wanted to make it into this context, I think. So yeah.
I mean, possibly just because they want to add this profitability was something which I would like to see, rather than just looking at one aspect. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have to conclude the session.
I just wanted to comment one thing. What Chaya was saying, that how Swadeshi got into it. I think it must have been that because that time, colonial time, Swadeshi was a boom, and the Indian images kind of encouraged the users to use Indian image styles. And so it kind of got linked with Swadeshi.
Yeah, I would also agree with that. I think it was just that it was it was taking on the British industry with the local icons. The iconography
local
was
pattern,
perfect.
local everything. And so it was kind of Swadeshi.
Yeah.
Also that.
No, it was a smart marketing device.
By Mr. Thakkar. By Mr. Thakkar, perhaps.
Yeah. Mr. Thakkar did that trick. He played the trick. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much. Oyama-san, very excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
So to conclude, I think it was a great session, like the previous. No, actually, the last speaker is not available. She is not able to join us. So you have to excuse me. That's why we have to persist with this. So unfortunately, she will not be able to make the presentation. So thank you so much. And so today, over to the organizers to announce.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Professor Damodran. Thank you to all the speakers for joining us. I also take this opportunity to thank everybody who's been joining us virtually. And for the virtual participants, we probably end the evening here, and we hope that you would be joining us again for day 2. For everybody who is present here physically, I invite you all for tea, and I hope you would stay on and then join us for the conference dinner at 7. Thank you so much.